happy Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, depending on where you are. Or if you're so unfortunate to live on the other side of the world, happy Sunday. You got you got one day of the weekend left. Okay. So, I had to cut off a little short yesterday, but that's all right. Real life gets in the way sometimes. We just decided to go ahead and change our painting palette because this thing is way overdue. I was starting to get very restrictive in where I could work on this. So as you can see, the Russian tank decided to kind of take over the whole thing. So with the green, and I'm gonna go back to work on these handgunners in a moment. We're gonna do some less interesting things here before anybody shows up, and go ahead and put some road wheels on this T34 and maybe do a little bit of decaling. As I did do the red star yesterday on here, and I'm not sure if it sat on there right. I used that microsol. I kind of followed the instructions. We're going to give it another coat of microsol and see if we can get that to blend in a little bit better with that red star. Okay, so first things first, let's go ahead and do the road wheels, and we want to use let's use the Tamiya glue. I don't think I had to super glue the road wheels, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And we epoxied the living shit out of this last night, and I think we're good now. So, anyhow, got to put this on both ends. I smelled this stuff in the store and thought it was going to be really, really strong, and it's not bad. But I am kind of mindful of putting the cap back on this stuff after I use it so that it doesn't last and so it doesn't dissipate and so forth. But I've really gotten in the habit of, with my hobby stuff over the years, I don't using the acrylic paint. I don't really use anything that smells. My paint doesn't smell. And you kind of get used to that. So when you go back to a product that is very odorous, like model glue used to be in the early 80s for me, it's kind of weird. Okay. The post that these little wheels are on is very minuscule and small, and so there's not a huge bearing surface on there. Okay, and we got the other side on here as well. All right. And we're going to have to do a little pickup session later on today. I'm going to have some time to work on hobby stuff, maybe around 1 to 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So I'll be back on later on today if you guys are bored and don't have a life or want hobby talk in your background. Are you staying at home on your day off is not that bad of a thing. I call that enjoying the mortgage. So you got to pay for your mortgage anyways, or rent. So you might as well be here and enjoy what you're paying for. So let's get a new one of these. After painting for like 35 years, I finally realized, why don't I just put a roll of paper towels here in the painting room? Hey, smart one. Okay. Hopefully there won't be a copyright issue. Well, the thing is that my daughter had a friend over, and when I came home from work, and the wife's away this weekend, so she had a friend over from work. She had a friend over when I got home, and her friend was going to get picked up about 7:30. So about 7 o'clock, they're like, "Hey, we want to play Rock Band," and my daughter's conscious of the copyright thing. It's a pain in the ass. So basically, what it meant is I had a video that I had to take down for about a month to get it resolved. And it's just done. But so they did that. So I got off, and they only played for like 10 minutes, and then went and grabbed dinner. So it's not a big deal, but that's why it's better not to have plans. We just do things when we can do them, and when we can't do them, we won't do them. So, all right. So this is where we are on a little decal. We're gonna put some microsol on that, and maybe we'll put some other decals on these other things before we go back to the handgunners that are over here. So we should be able to get those handgunners done today. Let's hope so. Otherwise, I didn't get much done. Okay, microsol. This is the stuff that's not as stinky. The other stuff smells like vinegar. I guess there's somebody out there that likes the smell of vinegar. I hate it. I worked at a grocery store when I was a kid, and they had that apple cider vinegar, and clean up on aisle 4. I mean, I only did that for a couple of years, but yeah, that's stinky stuff. Okay, and we're gonna let that booger set. It's supposed to dissolve the edges of the decal some and make it look like it's painted on. I'm only going to do that a couple more times, and then I'll just paint it and F it. I mean, like I said, there's only so much time I'm going to spend on this. It's not like I'm going to devote my entire life to making this look perfect. I mean, the models don't look perfect, so think of it as a learning experience. So you went with the Vallejo products, went for decaling. Okay. I just want from my stuff from childhood. I wouldn't have had to reorder this if it didn't evaporate. I'm not sure if it evaporated or I lost it or. Okay, so on this guy, we want to put a red star on each one of these two doors, and we want to put a number here in this location here. And I'm going to go with the yellow numbers on this. Okay, and the way these numbers are, they're really close to each other. Really, really close. So we need to be precise. That's why I took my glasses off. All right. So I was thinking I'm going to do the number 2. Why? I don't know. I feel like doing. So we need 2 number 2s for that guy. And then we're going to come in here, and we're going to cut there, and we're going to cut there. We're going to do 2 digits on the BT7. Yeah. Here's our number 2, and we might as well cut them in half. That way I'm only dealing with one of them at a time. Okay. And a couple of red stars that are going to fit on the door. Those might be a big, maybe not. Some of these decals are just useless, like these transparent stars. I probably would only use that in a white vehicle. I'm not sure that I'm going to paint a white vehicle just yet. So I told you guys I like Russian front. There's particular time periods of the Russian front that I also find interesting during my game, especially in my gaming. What I really like is the late 1942, early 43 stuff. And what I mean in particular is Operation Wintergewitter. That is the relief counterattack for Stalingrad. And in particular, I used to play a game called, I've mentioned it before, called Close Combat. It's an excellent game. If you guys haven't checked it out and you're World War II nuts, definitely check it out. It's a little dated by today's standards, but it held up well, I think. And let's do the number first, because I know exactly where the number is going to go, or where I want the number to go. And so you don't have any super tanks in that time period. The Germans are still gray. Yes, I prefer my Germans gray. And it's in the snow, which is kind of exotic for me, for those of us who don't live in snowy lands. And it's just kind of balanced. The German troop quality is a little better than the Russians. The Russians have the T-34 is a little bit better than like the long-barreled Panzer III. So it's kind of balanced or whatever. There's several scenarios. One campaign in particular, a couple of battles, three battles in that close combat game that are some of my favorite battles, and they took place in that time, and really enjoyed playing them. And I'm thinking this isn't the tweezers I should be using. But so I was surfing around on the internet, and I came across a rules, which you guys I'm sure are familiar with, called, and I've watched several videos of them, and they're called Chain of Command. And Chain of Command is a platoon level game that uses some interesting activating mechanics. Now, I don't necessarily like the way the combat behaves in that. It's a little too basic, but let's get our not micro weld, micro set. Here we go. But anyways, they have a campaign book on Wintergewitter. And because we live in the wonderful age that we do, I paid for it and downloaded it. And instant gratification. So there's some battles on there. They have kind of a unique gaming system. I don't think I'll ever play the rules, but it gave a lot of like board setups. So I don't know that I'm going to paint my forces for that, but it was just kind of food for thought. It seems to be pretty well researched. But that's nice to have a PDF, something or another. They have lots of chain of command videos on YouTube, done in part by the rules author, who I actually happen to like his personality. He would be somebody that I wouldn't mind playing with. His opponent is something different. He's got a couple of guys. Well, I don't want to talk bad about people, but they seem a little bit dishonest the way they behave with their die rolls and stuff. But anyways, he's the author seems to be a nice guy, and I enjoy. Let's take a look and see what this looks like. And then we're going to have a little red star here. Little red star on the door. Get your fresh communists inside. I know these are just all poor bastards that were sent to fight, and none of them wanted to fight anyways. But you know, that's what we call them. I'll be honest with you. I really enjoy playing. Russians are a lot of fun to play in World War II games. A lot of fun. So I do feel like I want to do some World War II gaming. So other than the learning curve, I'm not necessarily opposed to maybe, let me go out on a limb here and say, to play something that maybe is a little bit more, you can get more gameplay in, even if it's another set of rules. The problem is I really enjoy the narrative in a World War II game. You know, what happens, you know? I enjoy the things where it's like, you know, you have a handful of guys and if something happens to them, it's kind of important. And you throw a grenade at a group of people and where does the grenade land and those kind of things and the antics of it doesn't go where you want it to go and it almost blows somebody up and never intended to. Those kind of things are what I enjoy in a skirmish set. If it doesn't have those kind of things, then I feel like I'm missing out. And I know it's not for everybody, but I enjoy one of those where you fire a 75 millimeter HE round at a particular part of a building and it doesn't hit there, it hits somewhere else, and it's unintended consequences and all that stuff is really, I call it movie moments. So that's what I enjoy doing. So I don't know if I can. I've played Flames of War or something like that, and I don't enjoy the lack of the lack of detail. Like to give you an example, DBA is very devoid of detail. Like things happen, but the specifics of what exactly happens, it's almost like, and you'll see this when we play. We'll sometimes say, "Oh, well, that's because this happened," or you know, this guy ran away at the last minute, or you know, we create our own little narrative that's not in there. And I didn't grow up doing that. For me, it was like it literally tells you exactly what happened. Then you laugh about it, you know. But I do, I do enjoy, I do enjoy talking the World War II stuff because I haven't done it in so long. And I'm so full of it that, you know, I don't want to keep that to myself. Okay, we got number two on both sides. And the lighting in here is great for me, but not so good for the camera. There we go. Let me look at this star. I might actually go to the smaller one. Let's go to the smaller star. Because we have I think this might be too close to the doors. Yeah, let me look at this again. Nah, it'll be okay. We'll do these. As typical, this is unplanned. Everything's unplanned here, folks. You never know what's going to happen. You couldn't source a microset and Microsoft products. Yeah, they come from California. Been playing on a board today, went with an arid finish. Cool. Working on a playing board. Okay. Yeah, I like the arid looking boards. Lights out here in Australia. Catch you later. Okay. Tell me how tomorrow is later today. Australian Greg. Hell of a nice guy. Someone I know in real life. All right, let's put some of this microset that smells like vinegar. It's vinegarish. Vinegary. So yeah, there's some wizards out there that do modeling for sure. We're going to see. I'm curious to see how this is going to turn out. Because I haven't done one of these in a long time. And I feel like I've developed some different painting skills since the last time I did them. I think I'm a little bit more patient. And in the last 20 years, I've access to so many more products than we used to. Now it's like, oh, how do I do this? Let me go on YouTube and figure out, oh, I need this product. Well, they don't have it here in a store because there's no more stores. So I order it. And then, well, it'll take a week to get here. And then they lie. It gets here in 2 days. Yay. I like that, by the way. I see that they're doing that on eBay as well. They'll say, hey, this you should arrive this by the 12th. And then, I'm wondering, well, why does it take 2 weeks to get from here from Washington State? And sure enough, in 3 days it's here. But I'd rather them say that it's going to take a long time to get here, and it doesn't take that long. So there's the star. Is it too big? I think it's good. I could have gone with a smaller star, but it needs a pop of some color on here. Okay. All right, last one. This isn't too bad. And then this will give a chance for these guys to dry because I really want to start doing the weathering today. I've got some ideas, and we'll see if they pan out. One of the wizards on there uses all these products made by a company called AK. I think they're a Spanish company. I could be wrong. But they make enamel and water-based products as well. And it seems like you're putting the enamel products on acrylics and acrylic products on enamel just so one doesn't interact with the other one. But I'd have to order them, and it took a long time to get here. So I know I have this stuff called, and I use it a little bit. I'm trying to find uses for things that I have that I use for glazes. This stuff is called glaze medium, and I'm going to use this to kind of thin down some rusty type colors. We're not going to go full hog on the rusty, but we're going to try doing this. I did some of it on. I have a little Irish camp that. See, I'm talking. I don't remember if I put this down or not. So we put more down. It's no big deal. I'm being entertained and staying on track, so that works for me. I welcome the distractions. But anyhow, the rain is really kicking out there. The product should take like 3 weeks to get here. Well, I didn't want to wait 3 weeks for it. And they're also rather expensive. They're kind of like $25 for like a set of three. So, and I don't know how much I'm going to use them because I don't want to go heavy on the weathering. So, and like I mentioned earlier, we're going to do this without an airbrush. I do not feel like spending several $100s. And what I mean is, maybe $400 or $500 because I don't want to buy a crappy airbrush. I've already bought a crappy one. And it worked for what I needed it to do. Okay. It worked for doing my playing mats and things like that. But, okay, so now these are the decals this guy has. We'll let this dry a little bit, and then we'll put the microsol on there. But I don't want to go heavy on the weathering. The main thing I want to focus with the weathering is these figures are going to be on stands, and they're going to be on stands so they can carry them a little bit better, especially things that have tracks. You let other people grab things with tracks, and they're going to constantly destroy them. So they're going to be on a stand that's similar to this. And they're going to be on a minimalist stand, so they're not going to have a lot of overhang or anything. Just a little bit of meat around the edges, Well, I can't really show that because this screws in a way, but if you look at it here, maybe about that much of it showing on the outside of the vehicle. So not much, just enough that the terrain is going to tie into the vehicle. And these colors that are in here are going to be dusted up on the vehicle. So you're going to have more of these colors dusted up here on the bottom as you will, than you will on the top, just to kind of tie it together. But I don't want it to be super heavy. And we can do all that with some washes and stuff, but you know, the reason I don't want to use washes and things like that is because it takes time to dry. But I'm used to in my painting working on one project and staying on it and not hopping around. I'm hopping around now, so I don't mind using a wash that maybe will take like 3 hours for it to dry before I can come back to it again. So it's kind of an experiment. Maybe somebody will, I'm enjoying flipping around from things to things. Maybe somebody else will say, well, I don't like his 15 millimeter stuff. Well, I like his World War II things. So we'll come back in a little bit and see where he's at on it. Yeah, maybe that's the thing as well. All right, so we're going to use different numbers on this one, different style numbers. We're going to use these white ones that are here, and we're going to use 2 digits. I think I was going to use 2 digits. Let's see. I like all these sayings on here. We'll save those for the T34s. Like, your mother was a hamster sayings, all those kind of things. So I actually like these type of numbers down here at the bottom better, like the yellow ones I did, but I don't want everything in the same numbering thing or it's going to be kind of weird. So let's see, can I cheat and put 2 numbers right by each other? Like a 2, 3? I think we need to keep some of the, I think we need to keep some of the lower numbered numbers for use. So I think we're going to use a pair of 9s. Let's do a pair of 9s. And we're going to make this 29. Pair of 2s, pair of 9s. I guess it could be 6s. They're almost exactly the same. Flip them over. We'll use 9s. Okay. Pair of 2s, pair of 9s. Not sure that this is that dull. This is a pretty new blade. I think it's just catching with the bottom here. Okay. Let's go ahead and put it on the vehicle. I have more to grab. And we're going to put them towards, we're going to put a small Russian red star too, but we're going to put it towards this back section, and we're going to put the 2 and the 9 up here where there's more space. All right, let's get some micro set on here. Have I looked at Nuts World War II man-to-man with some light RPG elements? Is that the one that has the that's card driven? There's one made by Buck Surdu that's card driven, and it looks really interesting, except I believe it uses cards to. No, I think what I need to do is I just need to do something I've never done in the past. I've never play tested stuff by myself. I enjoy the interaction. Maybe I'll have to film it, and that'll get me to do it. But when I am alone, I do talk to myself, even if I'm not being filmed. If I'm doing something really rather complicated, somebody says, "You're crazy. You talk to yourself." No, you're crazy if you argue with yourself and you lose the argument, then you're crazy. Okay. It's by 2 hour war games. No, I don't think, I think that I enjoy the rule set I have. It's just a matter of just getting into it so that I'm not like, where is this again? And I'm gonna have to play test it. So, and there's quicker ways to play it. I'll have to do a review on them once I remember how to do it. But again, but I'm I'm not a big rules person. I don't enjoy. I enjoy the hobby. I don't enjoy going through rules. So it's not that I don't want to play by the rules, but it's just that I'd rather do something else. I've been talking about years about updating the Renaissance stuff for to a more modern thing, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get around to doing that. Honestly, with the environment that it is now, with that's happened in the last year, I just have no tolerance for arguing with people. I'm just not interested. So I don't really want to work on something and then people say, "Well, why'd you do this?" and have to explain myself. I just don't have it in me. So I'm just I think I'm going to work on World War II stuff instead of working on Renaissance stuff. I think that's what I've kind of decided. And right now, I'm just kind of focused on the hobby portion of it, and just there's just too many people out there that want to argue about shit. And I don't really get into political crap, but I just mean even in the hobby stuff. And I just don't have any time for it. Look, we all see things that we don't like on the internet. Shut the fuck up. If you see somebody's work and you don't like it, praise them if you truly enjoy the work. And if you don't have anything nice to say, this is somebody's outlet for therapy. So don't ruin it. And one of the nicest things you can get, I'll tell you from personal experiences, when you get a high five or you get a nice comment or you get a heart from one of your painting heroes. So there's a couple people in particular that I can think of. I'm not going to name any names, but I value their opinion a lot. And if I can paint to their level, and occasionally I'll do one or two things that are, worthy. I am really proud when I get a high five from them. So, keep it positive. Okay, this is going to be a little tricky because we got two numbers. But I can handle it. Now, the thing is if you keep adding this microset to it, you could keep moving these guys around. So, all right, well, I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna go get me a little red star and put it here to see how all three things look on the side of the vehicle. Okay, can we do a small one here? I think so. We got to use these small decals for something. So let's, and if you can't use them on a small tank, well, what exactly can you use them on? But anyways, what I'm getting at is some of us use this hobby to get away from the negativity of the real world. So, in particular, I saw a post that was, I try not to listen to the news, and I saw a post the other day that just really pissed me off from a news source, talking about how long they think this situation is going to last. And maybe I need to do drugs for the next 7 years and forget about it, but I'm not putting up with this shit for 7 years. So maybe I need to go on medication because I'm not really affected by this. So, but that's all right. I've already come to grips with the fact that we'll probably never go on another cruise, and that's all right. It's frustrating for me because it's very busy at work. So 2020 was less of what you like and more what you don't like. So literally, like, couldn't even go places on vacation we normally do, but the work is like doubled. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a slowdown and play catch up a little bit. But I suspect 2021 will be worst, as I suspected. So we're going to just plug along. We're going to do lots of hobby stuff this year, and not so worried about not having any conventions. I got a good game group. We got this little game. We got this filming stuff that we're doing, so that's good. I actually enjoy that a lot more than going to the conventions. So it's not like I need conventions to go buy things. It's not like I need to buy anything. So okay. So I know we still have some bubbles in there. We want to move them around. I think that looks pretty good. You might need to reset exactly how the 2 and the 9 are. But this is not, you got to remember, these are knuckleheads that put this on the vehicles also. So we're going to let that sit like that for a while. Let's go to the other side and see what we got. But I'll do a review on those rules. I left World War II for like 20 years, and I came back, and so many things are out of print. I'm like, what happened? But it is 20 years, but I guess you just kind of lose track of stuff. So, okay, let's start with the red star. We'll start backwards. But it's funny, I hadn't done decals so long, I didn't even remember how these water slide things worked. Well, I was used to how they were, and then I had to use the little Big Man Studios transfers, and those are totally different. Those are like just set reality on its head. So, you know, I'm looking forward to whenever we can do this feed in 1080. I mean, my phone can film in 8K, but YouTube, I guess, due to the limitations or however many people are using the internet, is maxed out at 720. So I wish it could look better. That's why I try not to do our games live, because you guys aren't going to be able to see as much. I mean, unless it's a game that you just you can't really film it from every angle, like we did the Aliens game, or the big battles that we did. We'll try to do them in not in real time, so we can do it in 1080. I could do it in better resolution, but it just takes, even with a 1080 video, like one of the battles, it's like 3 hours long. It'll take it takes multiple hours to compress on the phone to be able to send it up. So, and I've tried doing it on a computer, and it's no better. So we're going to leave the editing and stuff on for the phone. That helps pay for the phone too. The more things I can do with the phone, the more useful it is. All right. And the first thing we're going to weather, by the way, is going to be the Jeep. Because if something goes wrong with that, I'm not so worried about it. Now, unfortunately, and nobody's commented on it. We'll keep calling it a Gaz Jeep, even though it may be called a GAZ. I'm not sure, but I've always called it a Gaz. It's not available until 1943, I think. So these other two vehicles weren't around by 43. They weren't functioning by that time. These are 1941 vehicles, especially the BT7s. A lot of those broke down due to mechanical failure. Whoops, and whoops again. All right. So I just need to play test some of this stuff. I know the infantry stuff okay. The vehicles, I'll probably just have to set a couple of vehicles out there and have them shoot at each other and maybe do a little flowchart thing for myself. But I suspect that when we play, I will be playing one side and everybody will be playing somewhat the other one, just to kind of keep things flowing, at least until people get used to it. But we'll see. We got a lot to do. We got some terrain to make and stuff like that. It's gonna look as good as any of the stuff that you see in the War Games magazines. Or I'm not gonna do it. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. You see those games. It might even be a period you're not even interested in. But those people in the UK, it's almost always in the UK, that are superb painters that put it all together and it makes it really appealing. I've got some old issues of War Games Illustrated that are like that. It's like a period I'm not even interested in, but the way they have it presented is just salivatingly good. So that's how we're going to do this, or we're not going to do World War II. I'm doing small scale stuff, so I got buildings. I've got some buildings from a company called, I'm not sure that they're there anymore. I want to say they got bought by a company called Shellhole Scenics, but it used to be called the Queen's Hussars. And it's kind of some downtown buildings in Western Europe looking, and they're all destroyed and have multi levels, and they're all made of resin and they weigh a metric ton. I've had them for 20 years and never painted them. It's not like I can sell them to somebody because shipping has now come to the point where nobody wants to pay for shipping anyways, and it's just gotten astronomical. So I'm not going to be able to sell that to somebody. So I might as well use it, might as well paint it, and get up off my ass and stop getting the painter's block, as I like to call it. You get an analysis paralysis, like, I don't know how I'm going to paint this, or, yep, even I get that. So I painted a lot of things, but you just need to just move forward and just start painting, and it will all work out. Analysis paralysis is the artistic version of painter's block is the artistic version of writer's block. All right, let's put these two about there and see how we're looking there. About that much meat between the mantlet. That's about that much meat between the mantlet, okay. This is kind of fun, something different. Some of you are entertained, that's good. I wouldn't have known about this thing. Watched a video. Seemed like a good idea. Starts working, I'll stop doing it. And that should be it for decaling. Now, a lot of the examples that I saw, Of course, they're doing airbrushing. They would do that zenithal thing, which of course is, you spray paint this all on one green, and then you do lighter shades and things that stand out. But then you go back in and do the darker ones. I'm like, I'm not doing all that bullshit. Okay, I'm not getting into an airbrush just to do that. So what I did is I did mine how I normally do figures. I did a dark one and then I lightened it up. And I guess it would be. I mean, if once you get the gloss coat, it's probably playable the way it is. But I am going to go ahead and I am going to seal this, and we'll do some dry brushing, and we're going to try doing some rust streaks. Not a lot, but we're going to try doing some rust streaks with this using the glaze medium and see how that works out. And if not, then we just won't do them, But I'm positive. I think it'll work out just fine. I enjoyed having to drill out things like the machine gun opening and stuff like that. I enjoyed using ever since I stopped doing modeling, now I'm like used to using the pin vise and stuff like that. So I've acquired more tools than I used to have. So, okay. Right, let's put some microsol on here and then we can move on to doing 15s. Let this stuff set. But I don't know how you guys are handling it over there with Europe. I know one person posts all the time. This one guy that I follow. I don't remember what his name is. I apologize. I've recently started following him on Facebook. He's actually probably one of the reasons I started doing World War II again. And he does buildings. And a lot of it is just analysis paralysis. Like, I don't know how this is going to turn out, right? And then you start looking at things that other people do, and you go, "Oh, okay." And then you like how they look, and you're like, "Okay, I see the different levels that he did this, and he did a wash, and he did this to weather." And I'm like, "All right, well, I can freaking do that, and I can do that in between. I'm doing 15s because the drying time kills me with washes." And if I go back to work on something else, then the drying time really isn't an issue because because I am doing something else. So, did we do microsol on this? I don't think we did. Let's go ahead and do that on the top of this. But he posts on there what day of the lockdown it is. Maybe you'll know who it is based on that. But what day of the lockdown and which lockdown? So it's like, third lockdown, day 103. And I'm like, I don't know how people are. I don't know exactly what your lockdown over in Europe is, but I don't want to deal with the situation with how we're all like nobody's minding their own business, telling other people what to do, and it's very impersonal. I can't understand everybody behind masks. And I don't even have to wear them at work, thankfully. I'm not close enough to other people, but I don't hear well. So it just becomes really impersonal, and I don't want to deal with anybody, you know? So we'll see how this sets. So I don't know how you guys are dealing with like three lockdowns, or I don't know. This shit's got to end. I can't, I'm not dealing with another 7 years. I won't like people at all after 7 years. Maybe that's what they're trying to get us to do, not like each other. All right. Well, we'll let these sit a little bit. I'm not worried if the decals, if you see the edge of the decal too much. These are wargaming models. I'm not going to enter these in IPMS anything or another. Let's see. Get some better lighting there. I'm looking forward to them not being shiny, because that really, when you start flattening this thing out, it really shows. So what we're going to do is, I think, just to be safe, we're going to put a flat after these dry. I'm talking about later today. I'm going to do some brush on acrylic flat on top of where the actual decal is to get it nice and sealed, and then we'll spray flat everything else. Okay, spray clear flat, and then we'll go in and do the weathering. That's my process of what I think I'm going to do it, and I don't really want to tinker with this just yet. And like the highlights here on the turret thing, you can see that I've did some highlighting on the hatches. I want to do more of that. I want it to pop more so you could see it at a distance. I'm not looking for something that's necessarily uber realistic. There's some wizards out there that do that on the internet, and they do a great job. But I like mine that looks a little bit more graphic novelish, so to speak. So, all right. So we do need to paint this little machine gun that I had to add it after the fact because I didn't even have the machine gun. So we drilled it out and put the little pintle mount. One thing that, not pintle mount, the little ball mount. One thing that surprises me is you've got these two vehicles and the BT7 is bigger, right? This has a 3-man crew and this has a 4-man crew. So I thought that was really interesting because you've got a driver and a machine gun operator and you got two guys in the turret. Here you got the two guys in the turret and a driver. So, but the bigger engine in this, I'm sure. Although some of these vehicles, it's really embarrassing what low amount of horsepower they had. You guys are bored, go look up the horsepower on a Kubelwagen. It's like a glorified lawnmower. All right, let's get the machine gun going, and then we'll do some Hungarians. Yeah, so I've got these guys that I'm detailing up. I've got tanks that I'm building, and I got the 15s, and I think keep rotating all that stuff so that I always have something to do. I don't want to get into one of these like, well, I've got to wait for such and such to dry or whatever, and then I'll go off in a different direction and play Field of Glory 2 or something like that. Which, by the way, if you guys play Field of Glory 2, the new download came out yesterday, for Medieval. And I was very disappointed to find out that it does not have stuff for the Crusade. Well, it said it was like 1070 or 1050 or something like that to 1270. So you're like, okay, I know it's not going to have 100 Years' War stuff. Okay, cool. But it doesn't have any of the Reconquista stuff either, or the Crusade stuff. So, and I don't mind that's like, well, it's another, one guy was like, oh, you're still getting plenty of value. That's not the point. The point is I wanted to play everything. I don't come from a codex mentality. Okay. I used to, if I'm going to play World War II, I'm not going to play World War II until all the rules are available for all the nations. That's what I grew up with. It wasn't like, well, we've got the Germans and Russians now. We got to wait 6 months to see if we do Americans and British. Like, I don't care that it costs more. I want all of this stuff right now because it's not like I'm just interested in doing, certain periods. So for me, it's really weird to have some of the stuff and not all of it. I don't know. Maybe you guys are used to the codex thing. I'm not. I don't care that it costs $100. I want to have access to everything. So I know I'm a consumer. What the hell do I know, right? Okay, so we're going to leave that in black. We'll come back and put a little bit of gunmetal on there. Or silver. A little bit of silver highlight. Okay. Everybody's listening, no commenting. Hey, that works. You do what you want to do. All right, let's that new saying from 2021. You do you. Oh, I shouldn't repeat that. It's, you hear something twice and I'm like, okay, that's enough of that. Trendy sayings and things of that like. There's one guy on one of the forums. I think he stopped posting. He does not live in Florida, but he's a guy, and it's on a figure forum, and this guy's, it seems like he's starting modeling, and he's asking for tips how to paint figures, and he's got a lot to learn, and I really wish he lived closer because I'd love to get together with him and just kind of get him started. But he went on this forum and he posts the stuff, and man, he would just get killed by everybody. Like, people are just learning. You need to go easy on people. Don't discourage folks. Unless the guy's being a dick, okay? But if the guy's like trying to learn, I mean, like, Give him a chance to get better. He'll get better as long as you. I mean, the stuff I used to do is horrible. You know, I mean, the first thing I ever painted was Battleship Bismarck, 1/600 scale by MPC. It was a rebranded kit from Airfix, and I didn't have any paints. The only paints I had was, I was like 11 years old, so 10 or 11 years old, something like that, and I had a paint by number set, oil paints. So that's what I used. And I painted the deck. Of course, I'm an 11-year-old kid. Oh, the ship's already gray. It's molded in gray, so I don't have to paint that. That's the mentality that, kids have, or that maybe lots of people have. But I didn't paint it, but I need to paint the deck. So I got the color that was the closest to a deck tan. It was, I'm sure, pretty yellow, and painted the deck with oil paints that came from a, I don't know, 5.99 paint by number set, with those crappy little containers that are, I don't know, maybe not much bigger than this or whatever, but with crappy brushes, because a lot of his brushes is, I mean, I don't use high quality brushes, but I don't use those nylon, the ones that look like this. Where's my testers thing? I don't know how they even sell these things. It's like criminal. But the testers, the type brushes, the ones that are made like this, like who the hell is that? And people that don't know any better. But I don't use high quality brushes, and they're not expensive. But anyhow, so I painted the deck on this Bismarck, and it took I believe like 2 weeks to dry. It was ridiculous. But I didn't know any better. You'd encourage people that are now. You could encourage them, and they may not want to listen, and you just have to just throw up your hands and give up. It's not like you need to be beat them over the head with it. But there's some people that are honestly looking for good tips. You know, I'll run into that frequently. People go like, "I don't know how to play DBA." I'm like, "Well, watch my videos," and I give them a hint to one of the first one. And a lot of the people, what they want to do is they want to play this game, and they're not interested in knowing how to play the game. They're interested in how to win. Like, look, dude, it's a hell of an uphill climb. Okay, that's not going to happen overnight. So you gotta put the homework in. It's like all of a sudden, it's like putting on a pair of sneakers and like, all right, how do I win the marathon? Um, Dude, you haven't even run yet. That's my running analogy. I'm not a runner, so good for you guys that are. I That's way too much on my knees, and I don't have knee problems, but I tried doing one of those. And I don't consider myself really out of shape. I'm in great shape for a gamer. I eat all my vegetables. Don't have any food allergies that I know of. Maybe that's the problem. All right, let's see where I left off. I left off like in a blend like this, and let's start adding a little bit of white and highlight his hands a little bit so we can get that done. Because this guy's nearly complete. And again, look at the size of this brush. This is an O round, but then look at the tip. I always say it doesn't matter what size brush you're using. This thing is this a liner? It sure looks like a liner. I prefer liners for this kind of work, but you know, back in Zhuangsheng, the quality control on the brushes is kind of, up in the air. So nowhere in town to buy those Winsor and Newton brushes you guys talk about. And I'm not going to order one because I've bought brushes over the years, and I know that looking at the brush and seeing what the bristle shape looks like is more important than the size. So maybe one day if I come across one, I'll order one. But unless they last significantly better, I just don't feel the need to really throw money at the problem. I just buy a shitload of packs and just go through them. When they start misbehaving, I start using them for other duties. Let's see if we can get some highlighting of some face. Not that there's much of a face down in there. And maybe give me a little bit more highlighting in some places. Make those fingers pop up. There we go. Get those little fingertips a popping. I just can't paint from, they look good from 3 feet away. I mean, I'm nearsighted as hell. So I can see them. So, you know, I get in there and it's not going to come out. We'll take pictures and they'll show up. That's what we're going to do this weekend. We're going to take some pictures of these Hungarian guys that have finished, but the weather is not cooperating. It's a crummy day. All right, let's go back to a little doily red thing that he's got around his neck, and pick up where we left off as far as that goes. Yeah, this is as crazy as this painting area. You guys want to see what this paint desk looks like? It looks like everybody else's. That's just I'm not used to that. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can not pull this thing out of its mounting. Let's see what we got here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go up, and over. Yeah, this is like freaking chaos for me. You know, but this normally happens anyways. You'll get like all these bottles, and if you notice a couple of my painting sessions, I have to like, okay, let's stop and put these things away because they just keep encroaching, and the next thing you know, I'm hiding in this little corner painting things, you know. So, and then this side over here, let's see. Make sure I don't have any porn mags laying around. Nah, I'm kidding. Let's see. Let's just take this off this mount. Here we go. Here we go. It's a little better. Hey, I should have done that all along. Okay, so I got way too many brushes here. I got tank model stuff underneath there in between there. You know, it's still probably more organized than most people's that I've seen. But, you know, anyhow, I don't like the chaos because it makes it easy for me to get distracted and not get things done. So, anyhow. Helicopter view there. Let's see if we can get this like this and like that. All right. I tried doing the above head view, one of those, and I asked people, hey, do you guys like this view better? And nobody responded back, so I don't know. I know most of you guys are probably using this for commentary or just have something to listen to while you're working on your hobbies. I don't blame you. I do that with a lot of things. I don't listen to those people anymore. I should, but I just find it more distracting than sit there and do that. I might give these guys another coat of the Microsol there before we let that settle. And let's put reds over here. Oh, we're getting stuck up. All right. Yes, we were. Yeah, I'll do a rules review on the face of battle there when I get it. I can't really get the rules in the picture right now. They're super thick. They're loose leaf. They're made for like a 3-ring binder, and I put them all in there with protective sheets. So, which of course like doubles or triples the thickness of every sheet. So it's a pretty thick binder. It's probably 4 inches thick, but we'll we'll get to do that. It's just hard to plan stuff to do with our game group because most people are very hard to figure out whether or not they're gonna be there or not. It's you can count on Mitch and you can count on me, but and you can pretty much count on Scott almost every time. But other than that, the other people are just kind of up in the air. So It's all right. I'm not going to complain about my game group. We've got good folks. They have good attitudes, and it's just you never know who's going to show up. So, and we're playing every week, and that ain't stopping anytime soon until the Gestapo comes knocking on our door. And let's hope it doesn't come to that. Because that's like my only social interaction at all. Let's bring this up to. Not sure how bright we're going to go with this red because this guy is just kind of a commoner type dude. And colored fabric is expensive. Unless you stole it from the guy you just shot. And then you just have to be there at the right place at the right time. Claimed. And we're not going to use yellow or anything. White should lighten this fine. If it's a little pinkish, it doesn't really matter. It kind of fades that way in the sun anyways. Okay, everybody's quiet. Cool. That worked. What else should we talk about? As long as it's not politics or religion. Got several people that had some extra questions for us on our Q&A that we did the other day live. I encourage people that if you have those questions, we'll try to make sure a year doesn't go by before we do another one. But if you have any questions, go ahead and post them on as comments on the previous video so they're easy to find. Because whenever we do the Q&A, it's going to be kind of impromptu, and I'm probably going to be searching for what the questions are. And I don't want to leave something out and have to wait another year to answer it. But we've had some pretty good questions so far. I mean, I could do it, but I think it's more fun if you get somebody else's perspective on it as well. He's got some different ideas than I do sometimes, and that's good. We don't try to convert each other to playing a different way or have favorite armies or stuff like that. Just don't ask him any painting questions because he doesn't paint. So you guys know that. So all right, I think that's about as far as red as lightening up we need to do on this dude. What's left on him? We got some accoutrements on there. Now, let's see if I can make heads or tails with this guy's. It seems like he has hose, but then he also has like this protector thing. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to paint it like he has hose, and then he's got the little protectors on the knees in metal. I think that's what we're going to do. And it looks like he's got shoes on. Yeah, I don't think he's got armor on his legs. It would just seem silly that he would have armored shin guards and all that stuff. So that's how we're going to paint him. That stuff costs money, man. If this guy had that kind of money, he'd have a horse. That's this guy's background story. I'm going to use this light blue. Seems reasonable. I don't mind showing how I'm building the kits and the tribulations that I run into. You guys will see stuff on the internet and you only see it completed and you're like, man, this guy didn't run into any issues. And you don't know that he freaking fought with a rubber band track for like 3 days and wanted to kill somebody over it, you know? I'd rather be a little bit more honest. Hey, stuff's gonna happen, you know? Stuff's gonna happen. If you know that people are having issues maybe putting a kit together that's of a certain kind, maybe you'll avoid it. Or then when you encounter the problems, you've seen at least how somebody's dealt with it. But not like, oh, well, this guy seems everything needs to go hunky dory when he does it. No, he's been fighting with it. He just decided not to show you. So, like I said, we're going to be painting here for, I'm guessing, at least another hour, depending when somebody wakes up. And then we'll probably be on again in the early afternoon here. So, what's that? After dinner time, after supper time in Europe, for most of you Europeans, because that's where most of my viewers are. Not that there's anything wrong with that. My two favorite painters that I can think of are from Europe. So I'd say most of the better painters are out there. Maybe people over here just want to rush things or just say, screw it, I'll just buy it. Which reminds me, I don't really look on eBay very often, but there's a company out of Hong Kong called Dragon Painting Service. And honestly, several years ago, I thought that for the cost, their stuff looked pretty darn good. And I haven't seen them on eBay very often, and I'm wondering if it has to do anything to do with the crackdown. Mainland China doesn't want them to sell their stuff. I don't really know what's going on there, but everything kind of went silent when this stuff was unleashed. but they were selling DBA armies for like maybe $140, including the lead. I thought that was pretty reasonable, considering the stuff looked pretty good. I certainly would have been better off like working at a convenience store and making that $140 and then sending the army instead of working on it for like 200 hours. But the whole point is to do it yourself. So at least for me, I have the skills to be able to do it. I might as well do it. Not everybody has the time or inclination to do it. They can purchase the figures. Those of you that purchase figures, though, you have a big advantage over me, and that is you can purchase the army for say $100, say even $200. Play with it, and assuming you take care of it, sell it back again for the same amount of money. You had an army that you got to use for free. So I wouldn't be able to do that. There's no way I could sell my stuff. So for the amount that it goes for, I don't want to sell it, because I need it for videos. So I would be willing to paint, but I want the salary that I'm making now at my current job. Maybe I'll take a 20% pay cut and still paint, but yeah, no, I'd have to be Bill Gates' bitch or something like that. Paint for them to have that kind of income, but we need them for videos. We do them for videos to show other people what we're doing and how much fun we're having with this silly game. And how you properly play a war game, because just seems like from the interaction that I have with a lot of you, you guys have some sourpusses that are in your game groups that kind of ruin it for everybody, and we don't really have that. We have some good folks that a lot of it is what you bring to it. If you end up being a rules lawyer and a sourpuss, and you expect everybody to not be that way, well, you're kind of contaminating the personalities as well. So I can't say that anybody that I've played with frequently has been of that personality type. I just stopped playing. I'm not going to deal with a cheater or somebody who wants to move 20% farther when they move, and I know people like that, but I wouldn't play with them on a regular basis. I don't tolerate that kind of bullshit when I'm doing my therapy. I get paid for nonsense like that. I'm not being paid when I'm gaming. Okay, let's get, this is going to be the metallic corner, I guess. I'll put some of this on here, and we'll see how long it lasts. Okay. All right, and back in metal corner, another color that we're going to need to have there is Mr. Vallejo Bronze. We're slowly working our way to using this whole bottle. I've had this one for every bit of 15 years, and I have used it a lot. It's a go-to for everything that's not standard metal color. So do the handle of this. Could probably do all these swords all at once on all of the figures because I'm going to do the swords all the same. I might vary the color of the leather or what have you that's on them, but let's get us a let's do this color for some contrast. I don't want to use the redder leather color because he's got red already around his neck. We need to have that pop a little bit, a little more. When we're done with this figure completely, which isn't going to be long, we'll put another coat of that microsol on there. And then later this afternoon, we will clear coat that so we can start doing the weathering, because we'll find out how that goes together. We will see how that turns out. We're going to go really careful because it's get the point of no return. We don't want to go, what's that other saying? Less is more? Yeah, less is more. You look good now. I don't want to ruin the good look. When you don't look good, we don't look good. So speaking of 1980s commercials, for those of you that were around, which is probably most of you, because I think the demographics are most people that are into this hobby or normally about 10 years older than me. So I will be 50 this year. Supposedly, I don't feel it. I've never been 50 before, so I don't really know what that's supposed to feel like. But I kind of feel that you kind of feel like you're the same age your whole life. That's kind of what it seems to be so far. But anyhow, if you go on YouTube and look up old commercials, and I'll use an example for one that I looked up recently because, that old commercial from the 1970s with the guy in the gorilla suit throwing the luggage around, right? And I thought it was Samsonite. It's not. It's actually American Tourister. My daughter likes to see that. I made some comment about it, so I showed it to her. And then I realized, I don't know if this human body is just so advanced that you just acclimate yourself to everything that you look at the resolution some of these commercials are on TV and you realize, on YouTube, and you realize the TVs look that bad all of the time. Were they that blurry and grainy? And if so, how the hell did people watch them all the time? Because you'll go and you'll watch some old TV broadcast of something, and you'll think, man, this is a really poor recording that they put on YouTube. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, maybe things always look that way. And then you just your body gets used to, 1080p is the normal. And then when you start looking at 4K, that's the normal. And 1080p looks like crap. I don't know. I know that it's certainly that way with television size. You'll go and buy a large television, and then, you'll be like, man, this thing is massive. And then a week later, you get used to it. That's how humanity survived the Ice Age, I like to say. We adapted. But I don't know, that old TV broadcasts look that horrible. Maybe they did, and I don't know. Or maybe your eyesight changes. I know one thing that I've noticed in the last year that's really changed for me is I have trouble seeing things if the lighting isn't, if it's kind of darkish, and it's really annoying. I don't take it well. I'm not taking well my vision changing. Let's put it that way. And that's the one thing that I've noticed. And some of it may be with I'm used to I'm used to doing a lot of painting now. I'm painting a lot, and I'm painting in this light, which I would say is damn near ideal, and it's very bright. It may not look excellent for you guys watching it on the YouTube, but for me, it's damn near perfect. And so you get used to that all the time, and then you go off and you're trying to, say off to the side here, like I'm maybe trying to read something, and I can't see it well because it's too dark. So maybe a lot of it is just getting used to that. But yeah, we're gonna make those. He's got a little bag here with his. He's got his balls in the bag. His little his shot in there, and we'll make that a different color. We're not going to use the same color for that. That's a bit lazy. So, all right, we got some comments from Crossing Obstacles Gaming. And by the way, how did you make that your icon? I like your icon, and I wouldn't mind having one, but my computer skills aren't the best. So, is there a program that you use to do that? Maybe in a paint program. Although I have tinkered with the paint program, which is the one I've used. Autodesk Sketchbook. Yeah, I'll find like stuff online, and I'll find stuff online, and I'll modify it in there and then print it out. That's how I got, say, these decals, which they're not going to look that good on the video, but you can see their shading and stuff on there. That's what I did. I got a big picture of this, and then I got on my pad. My laptop that I bought can work as a tablet as well, and I get on there, and I kind of use the same painting method I do with it, and I'm able to do that. But yeah, it'd be cool to have a little icon. I was thinking it'd be nice to have a little icon, and then on my videos put it down there in the right hand corner. Um, but I haven't tinkered with that. But I like yours, that little gear. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. You used to play 40K with people from 40K national team. Their win it all mentality clashed a bit with my own more relaxed mentality to gaming. Yeah, if you've watched any of our videos, I think we're really competitive, but we're not competitive to the point that we want to screw the other guy. I mean, we want him to have a good chance. At least I do. I mean, if you know you're going to beat somebody, why even bother playing the game? But we're competitive, but we want it's all about having fun. Um, they didn't cheat to my knowledge, but it was always full of discussions and such. Okay. I can't stand when people that play and rules apply differently to different people. That's like if we end up playing a game and we play it wrong, like let's say we set up the terrain wrong. Who cares? Both people were playing by the same set of rules. It wasn't like one guy's knights were fought one better than the other guy, or used Inkscape. Inkscape is a free vector graphics. Is that available on the phone as well? I'm going to write it down here. This is my paper towel slash note thing. I've wrote some of my best notes have been on paper towels. Inkscape. Inkscape. Yeah, I've used the whatchamacallit a lot. Autodesk Sketchbook. It's free. And I used to draw before I painted. And there's some people that just do some phenomenal stuff on there. I'm not one of them. I'm just coloring on there. The reality is we don't have time to do everything. Well, we could if we just get the government to take care of us, and we wouldn't have to go to work. Not that I'm advocating that, but if they took care of me, I would have plenty to do. Let's use colors I don't care for very much. And this is the War Painter. Unfortunately, I do not like the War Painter. I don't like the consistency of their paints. Their colors are great. I just don't like the consistency of them. But that doesn't mean I won't use them. But I'll tell it like it is. If you're a fan of War Painter, that's fine. I just don't care for their consistency. Honestly, the best consistency is those Cote d'Armes paints. Those things are just smooth. Unbelievably smooth. All right. But I'll end up using these guys until they're done. But I'll bring up the fact that I don't like them every time I pull them out. They just seem like they've got more acrylic in them than is that the word I'm trying to think of? They have more that stuff, this glaze. They have more medium in them than tint. I don't know. It's all right. It's good for people to have options. Options are good. If there was only one paint manufacturer and everybody used it, guaranteed it would go to crap. You know, you need competition to keep everybody honest and things flowing better. So let's see. Escape 3. I wrote it down. We'll check it out. The thing I like on my phone is I have that with me everywhere, and the computer stays here. Even though it has an option to travel, I definitely got that at the right time because I ended up getting it just before this thing hit, and I'm not going to spend a couple grand on something that I can't physically touch and see what it's like before I get it. So that's just too risk for me. So, but I like your icon. I like when you see things in an advertising medium that are well done. The example I always use is there's this guy that has a business here in town, and we were sitting at a restaurant one time. This was a long time ago. This was probably 15 years ago. And he has a work van, and he has a work van with the name of his company on it, and he has a headliner on his work van. And for those of you that don't know what a headliner is, that's the little area at the top of the windshield that sometimes will have something written on it. In his case, on his work van, it was written backwards. So if you saw it in a rear view mirror, you could read it. You'll see that like with an ambulance, have ambulance written backwards. So when you see that the guy's behind you, you see it's an ambulance, get the hell out of the way, right? In his particular headline, written backwards, he said, "Blind Man Driving." And the name of his company was The Blind Man. And I love when I see things like that that are they're catchy, like they're witty and they put some thought into it and have double meaning and stuff like that. And not necessarily a double meaning in a sexual way, but just it's crafty the way that they came across something like that. And another one we have, there's a local service that does lawn work, and they have this badge on the side of their vehicle, like it's a law enforcement. It's the lawn, and it's called lawn enforcement. They might lawn enforcement company or something like that, but they've got a badge on their side. Looks like a sheriff type symbol on it. And I just thought, hey, somebody put some thought into it, and I like that. So I like when I see logos that are crafty, that they put some thought into it and have other meanings. I found out recently, I did not know this, that the symbol on the Subaru vehicles is actually the Pleiades cluster. I had no idea that was that. So it's cool when you find out about stuff that, I like advertising. We're all exposed to it in one form or another. And as long as it's interesting, I like it when they put you find out little things about it, or they're done in a certain way that makes you go, that's pretty cool. That's all I got to say about it right now. But I do like your logo. Good stuff, good stuff. Well, I'm going to assume that this is some kind of a wick. And we may paint the end red hot. I don't know if I'm going to do that yet, but we're gonna leave it like that if that's not the case. So, and we've got this brown here. We might as well make this pack that same brown. Save us some time. My logo is a cog. What did I say? Gear? Yeah. And the abbreviation of the channel name is COG. Nice. There you go. You get a gold star today. I like it. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, you mentioned Warhammer. I've never played Warhammer. I've only painted one thing, two things, in 28 millimeter ever. One of them was a long time ago. This was probably 1988. I painted an Imperial Guard squad or whatever. It was 10 guys that came in the pack. I painted them up. I painted them. They were in a White Dwarf magazine or something like that. And I like how they were painted, and they had the little, I think they were painted like gray, and they had like a red stripe on them or something like that. And they had like the little round badge that they have on it. Like, I think that was yellow. And I painted 10 of them. Of course, they're long gone. I probably wouldn't be able to stand looking at them now, but I painted that. And I have a wolf laying around here somewhere that I painted in 28 millimeter. Do I know where it is? I came across it inadvertently the other day. And of course, that was painted back when Reagan was president, probably. I think it's in this box. It's here with these tanks that I pulled out the other day. And I'm like, oh, what's this doing here? I'm like, well, we won't talk about that. Well, now we've talked about it, so here it is. Where is she? Here it is. I don't know, is this worth anything? Old school Citadel stuff. Put this down. Old school stuff. I remember when these figures first hit the scene. I never was into fantasy figures, but the way that they did their bases, where they stick in here, and I really like the fact that it would tell you what this is. Like, oh, it's a wolf. Like, no shit, Sherlock. But I really like that. This is, oh, does it even say the date on here? 1985. It says GW 1985. This is a wolf that I did. I don't know why I did it. I think I just like the casting, but this is, if you ever want to see Tony painting fantasy figures, here you go. Here is the set of one. So, and this looks like crap. Maybe I'll put him here. Maybe we'll screw with him at some later point. Anyhow, yeah, I always liked the fact that they said what the thing was. And their stuff always looked better than the Rauparth. I never cared for the Rauparth and the Grenadier stuff, and I remember all that stuff. I used to work at a hobby store, so I never was into the fantasy stuff. So, never cared for magic. So, I could handle the fighting monster things. had one of the other guys that I follow on his channel, so he did a Q&A. He did it a while ago, and one of the things that he asked, of course, I think he does D&D. I think that's what he does. But somebody asked him what his favorite monster was and all this kind of stuff. And I think he said it was kobolds, which is strange. But my favorite monster always, there's some things that you just kind of latch on to just growing up, and you've always liked them. And my favorite monster, always, without a doubt, I mean, I don't even have to think about it a second time. I like skeletons, but that's not what I was going to say, is Minotaur. Anything that's Minotaur, freaking love anything Minotaur. You know, I'll play a game, like a video game, and there's a Minotaur in it. I get excited. You know, I'm scared shitless sometimes while I'm playing it, but I get excited about Minotaurs. Get me excited. So there's yeah. So I like those guys. I like those horny dudes. The only D&D module I can remember, keep on the Borderlands, kicking it old school. Who's the main guy in that? A Minotaur. I'd love to play something like that with like miniatures and the tactical game part. The role playing part, I'm not really interested in. You know, my idea of role playing in is saying things in the voice of the character when shit happens that makes it funny. Okay, but I do that anyways, and playing medievals and stuff. So, but that's the part, the thing of role playing that I enjoy is speaking in character, not all the time, but when the appropriate thing happens. So that's what I enjoy. But I haven't played a role playing game since I was 14 years old. So you know, but that is one of the reasons I enjoy these ancients and medieval time period is because there's a little bit of that role playing in there. I get to. It's not just World War II jokes. It's all kinds of different things. So it's about having a good time. And give this guy some black shoes, and we're about done with his ass. Lighten up this sword, the sword handle, the hilt. If I remember correctly, I always forget the names of these things. Oh, we got to do known oil on the helmets. We'll come back and do that later. And this guy's done. Old school figure. Doesn't look like much. They'll look fine when we take a proper picture of them. Oh crap! I forgot how your name said. Marcin. Mark. No, Chin. Marchin. Marchin. That's right. Like Chow. I gotta remember that. Marchin. Okay, perfect. Marchin, welcome back. In my honest opinion, best looking minis are trench infantry. I think it was from Warzone. I'm not familiar with that. You got to be the 28s. When you said skeletons, I was thinking you were one. Welcome, Skylab. Hello, Utah. When you said skeletons, I was thinking you were one of us who were fascinated by Jason and the Argonauts back in the day. Okay, true story. I've never seen that movie, but I know what you're talking about. That type of animation. Oh, I love the freaking Sinbad movies and stuff. Oh, Cyclops. I like the Cyclops stuff too. I like the Cyclops. Yeah, that claymation stuff. That's a lot. I like that. I like the claymation stuff much more than computer animation. And you know why? Because somebody out there has, well, or a studio has, a freaking real toy. We'll call it a toy, but the actual physical monster somewhere. It's not just some made up thing on a computer. There's like some physical, it's a miniature of something. I've never seen Jason and the Argonauts. It's not like I avoided it, but some of those old movies you'd think would be really easy to see, like the old Ben-Hur movie. I want to show it to my daughter because there's some really cool stuff in it, and you can't find it. I mean, I guess you could go out and buy it, but I want to see it on TV for free, like we used to when we were kids. But you can't find that stuff anymore. The Sinbad movies, yeah. What else? The old Clash of the Titans, the new Clash of the Titans, that Kraken. Yeah, how do you fight that guy? He's bigger than a freaking city. Now, that's a monster. Old claymation stuff. Love it. Love that stuff. Yeah, I appreciate all that. You know, as a person who does hobbies, I appreciate the model building aspect of all that. You know, like all the sets that they built for Tora, and the Ben Hur scene with the boats. The boats were, I don't know, what were they, like 3 or 4 feet long or whatever, and they're all like made from. Man, I'd love to have one of those. That's pretty freaking cool. And yeah, I like that. It's a lot better than the computer stuff. It's a physical thing, you know. I think it's really neat. You know, I think that's. I appreciate that. You know, as a model builder hobbyist, I appreciate that kind of stuff. So I'm a fan of Ray Harryhausen. That's what his name is, from stop motion animation from his classic movies. Yeah, I think that some of that stuff is that Harryhausen stuff as well. Yeah, I like that. You're making something move that isn't. And but there's a physical thing, like there's a physical toy. We'll call it a toy. Somebody has one of those toys on their desk, or maybe it's in the prop room or something like that. I think that's really cool. You know, I think it's really really neat. I don't know. I get into that. All right, let's do a different color tunic on this guy, but not super. It's too close. Let's do, say, this one as a base. It's almost the damn same thing. Now, we'll make it different. What we'll do is we'll maybe mix this with dark brown instead of black. I always prefer actual models to CGI. Yep. Yeah, just like I prefer real paintings to digital paintings. Although there's some digital masters out there, but there's some pros out there. But I will tell you this: I'm too old to start learning that shit. I actually painted a background painting for the first time maybe in the last 5 years, and I was really impressed how it turned out. Because even though I've never done it before, I'm working on painting skills. There's still some similarities. You know, like color mixing isn't an issue for me. You know, but that stuff's already things you already know. You just haven't done the medium before. Okay. Next. Oh, that's right. We said we were going to put this. We were going to put the second coat of this microsol on here. Well, let's do that. Let's say what we're going to do. Let's be honest. Say what you're going to do and do what you said you're going to. You know what I mean. Say what you do and do what you say. There we go. I feel like I'm taking way too many steps with these damn decals. Should just put them on there, and if they show up, they show up. F it. Okay. And we've already done the Jeep. Thank you. We'll do it again. All right. Looking forward to doing some weathering. All right. Back to the 15th century. All right. So this is the color that we're going to use. And let's get SS Camouflage Black, which is a really, 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 really dark brown color. We use this instead of black to darken it up. What time we're looking at? Almost 8. Cool. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, can't find the Brandon Horror movie. Saw the new one, didn't like the new one. I actually got my daughter to sit through Cleopatra. Probably saw it when she was like 6 or 7. I had never seen it before. I wasn't into ancients, you know. This was just a way to play with figures that I painted. I was never into ancients. And she's getting to the age she'll watch pretty much anything with me. She's getting to the age where a lot of these rated R movies are now are reasonably watchable. Like about a year and a half ago, we watched Gladiator, and of course, she really liked it. And I'm wondering, why was this even rated R? I mean, yeah, it's violence, but what do you think was going to happen when somebody gets in a ring? You know, I thought it was pretty tame for a rated R movie. But I got to remember, we're just we're daddy daughtering it this weekend. Of course, she's asleep, but I got to remember to show her Last of the Mohicans. That's out on Netflix or something like that. So that's I kept talking about. That's a good one for her to see. Used to know a guy that was in that. He was an extra. He's like, yeah. I'm like, where were you? I'm that first guy that gets clobbered by Magua. I'm like, oh, well, okay, only because you know it's you there, but that's one to see. And there's so many things to watch. I certainly don't want to pay to rent something unless it's something I'm like dying to see. So, but she likes watching action stuff, probably more than I do. I'm like, really? That's what you're gonna go with? I'm a little too. I'm not easily amused, but she's the one that'll do that. The wife won't do any of that stuff. She won't. She won't watch. She won't watch guy movies. Da, 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 da. Cleopatra is a great classic. A new version is under production. Yeah, I've heard the drama about that. Um, we'll see. Which reminds me, I gotta watch Rome again. I've got it on DVD. That's freaking awesome. I mean, nothing even comes close to that. That's freaking really, really good. We're talking the HBO series, of course. Can't watch that with the daughter. Nope. We started watching Band of Brothers and just lost our way, but that's rated R and totally watchable. Um, Guess what we should do this weekend? Watch a couple more episodes. I think we watched 2 or 3, and the problem I have is my DVD, I think, doesn't have subtitles, and I watch everything with subtitles. Um, Not that I haven't seen it before. I saw, of course, live on TV when it was on HBO. But I think we were watching it through Amazon, even though I had because it was available for free on there, and even though I had the DVD because I was having trouble with the subtitles. Maybe I'll turn the volume up louder and be able to hear people's mumbling and stuff. But yeah, that's excellent. It's funny. Some episodes are so action packed that it makes other episodes seem really boring by comparison. So funny how that works. I particularly like the scene where they go and break into Carentan, and they've got the camera guy following them in as they clear a house. And I really like that type of filming, where you could kind of follow them in and, look behind the cupboards and that kind of stuff. It reminds me of the skirmish gaming that I like to do. So good stuff. But she's the one that'll go to movies and watch. What did we watch recently? Well, recently meaning back when there was movies. Uh, Dunkirk. She wanted to see Dunkirk, and I thought we saw that in the movie theater. And I knew I had a little rivet head in the making when she goes, "Daddy, there's no way that they could have shot down that plane while his engine cut off." And I'm like, "That's my girl. That's my girl. Don't fall for that Hollywood crap." Little rivet counter. Oh man. And Midway. She liked Midway. I really did not like Midway. She watched Tora Tora Tora. I thought Tora 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 was really freaking good, considering how old it is. It's older than me by a year. I saw that in the last 5 years. Within the last 5 years, I thought it was really good, especially because I had to do all the mock-ups of all their ships. Yeah, I get into that. When you create your DBA armies, do you usually include the options as well, or do you get minimum you need to go to battle? So in the past, always the minimum to go to battle. But now I'm doing more options because now, because in the past I would only play like at a convention, and I'm going to play the most powerful version of them, or at least the version I think is the most powerful. But now we're doing all these theme games where with Wimp Wars and stuff like that. So I think the Hungarians are going to have damn near all their options because this is the Saloy, the two stands of Saloy that replace their bowmen, and or you can have war wagons instead. Normally, I would have just built the war wagons and called it a day, right? Because that's what really makes this army is the fact that it has war wagons. There's so few armies that have a strange element like that you're likely to use them that way if you're only going to build one version. Like if you have an army that has elephants, you're going and also they're optional. You're going to play them with elephants because the fact that they have elephants makes them unique because there's so few armies that actually do have elephants. But yeah, now we're building different versions of stuff. So, but I don't. I want to go ahead and do all the Hungarians I'm ever going to do, and then move on, because I don't want to have to come back to these guys. So season two was not as good, but yeah, I really like the Mark Antony character. I really like what's his name, whatever that actor's name is. He had all the good lines. I can't remember what his name is. I like him. It's funny because he kind of played the opposite character that he did when he was in Ironclad. His personality was almost 180 degrees from Mark Antony. So I'm getting really bad about remembering people's names. It's just not that important anymore. They're just an actor. He's just pretending. He's a professional pretender. Hello, world. I'm here for you to entertain me. I'll never forget old what's his name. There you go. Well, it's about time you people woke up in Germany. I know you're doing other stuff. I was busy with real world things. Hmm. But I don't rewatch movies really well. I'm not a rewatcher, so it's not a good investment for me to go out and buy a movie because I'll never really want to watch it again until decades have passed. By which time the medium I bought it on probably doesn't work anymore. So, okay. This is good enough for his color. This guy is going to have, let's go ahead and give him a white cloth on him. A cloth cough. You never forget old what's his name. Yep. Yeah, you remember the things that you practice remembering, and I don't remember. I don't really talk about movies very often. So few of them are really worth watching that it's really the exception. You have work to do. Life decided that we should fill the holes left by screws in our bathroom walls before we re-wallpaper. What's wallpaper? First thing I do in any house that I've had, I've taken all the wallpaper down. Not a wallpaper fan. That's okay. You're that guy that puts all that gluey stuff and I have to take it down. It's a pain in the ass. You'll watch some movie sometime and it'll just have tons of wallpaper in it. And like, holy cow. Like something set at another time or something like that. What was it that I was watching with my mom? Oh, that series, The Americans. It's set in the early 80s, supposedly. Even though one of my favorite things to do with it is it, we're on what? We started season two. So we're like on episode two of season two or something like that. It's set like in 1982, 83, which I remember fairly well as a kid. I'm about the age of the one son, or was the age about the one son when that supposedly would have happened. And so I'll be like, there was like one scene in the first season where they're in there's a minivan, and it's a minivan that's that I don't remember what it's called, but it's that Toyota style. Remember, Toyota and Nissan got together, at least here in the States, and they put together a minivan together, and it was the one that almost kind of had like no front end on it. I don't remember what the name of it was. It a Previa? Did the Toyota called Previa? But I'm like, they had it, and it's like supposed to take place in '82, and I'm like, they didn't have those things till like '87 or something like that. Like bull crap. And I looked it up, and my mom's like, how do you remember that? I'm like, because I was alive. There weren't any minivans before the Dodge Caravan. The Dodge Caravan, I believe, was the first minivan. If you wanted a minivan before that here in the United States, you had to get like a Ford Econoline or something like that, and then you had to take it to some aftermarket place that would cut holes in the windows and stuff like that. There was a company, I don't know if it was based out of here, but in the next town down from us, a place called Ocala, that was a company called Mark III. And they did all of those modifications. They're out of business now because nobody buys the full size vans anymore. And I'm talking about a van like either like a Ford Econoline or like the the Chevy van that the A Team used. Okay, that type of a like a full-bodied vehicle, and they would modify that with captain's chairs and that kind of stuff. It's a company called Mark III in Ocala that used to do that. I don't know if they were based in Ocala, but their stuff was everywhere, at least in this part of the world back then. But I'll catch things like that. Like they didn't have that thing. What was the other thing? One of the scenes, one of the characters used a taser on the other one. I'm like, hold on a second. When did tasers come out? 93. Okay, so you're off by 10 years. Stuff like that. So, but a lot of the scenes have a lot of wallpaper in them. And it's just something to, it's just kind of something to watch. And it's almost like a Where's Waldo thing. Like, okay, find out what wasn't, what's out of period. So. You older folks probably do that all the time with some other stuff, but I can't do it in things that I wasn't alive for. But I remember the '80s pretty damn well. Pretty damn well. All right, let's see. It's a thing in Germany. We have some painted, not wallpapered walls, and people are impressed that you can do that. It's the simple things. Mind you, plasterers in Germany don't finish the walls as smoothly as in North America. Ah, like a shaggin' wagon. You're dating yourself. Yeah, a van with the carpeting on the inside, right? Okay. I guess let's go ahead and do the wood on this, guys. Fire stick. Not by Amazon. The original Fire Stick. Isn't there a new Das Boot? I think there's a new Das Boot. Speaking of Germany, but then I've heard mixed things about it. We'll see. I find it hard to watch television, to find the time to watch television because I can't work on my hobbies and watch television. And I'm not going to watch television that is inappropriate for me to see with a family. So the only time I would watch something like that is if I was like at lunchtime, which is very limited because sometimes I'll be like, oh, that's what I should have watched, after lunch is over. I don't have much time to watch TV. I mean, I could be doing it right now, but what would happen is I would constantly be interrupted by something on the screen and wouldn't get things done. So that's not what we're here for. I didn't wake up to not get things done. Okay, maybe one more level of highlighting on here. Okay, good for that. We still have the colors for the wick. We can go ahead and do the wick on there. No, I believe it's this over here. We had a truck camper when I was a teenager, and I used to pick up my date in it. Never thought of going into the back with my girlfriend. Ever heard of waiting for the other boot to fall? Earlier in Poland, some people have wood paneling on the walls. Now it's switched to modern painted walls. Earlier in Poland. Never been to Poland. I may never go to Poland. I may never go to Europe. The way things are going. But that's okay. I still get to interact with you people. I don't want to interact with normal people in those countries anyways. It's just the war gamers. So we already have that. Yeah, I won't be doing any of these Soviet tanks with a Polish marking. Sorry. I've seen those as a modeler. I've seen them all the time. Like I believe that's what it's called, the Polish Liberation Army, the Soviet, whatever. And they would have slogans and stuff. But I guess the infantry that went with them, if they were Polish conscripts, they were dressed exactly like the Russians. So in other words, I've never seen, any infantry that would be riding on a Polish tank that would look any different than that than the rest of the Soviet infantry. They actually make a skirmish campaigns book on Poland 1939. So that's kind of cool. We'll save those Polish eagles on those decals. I would imagine that they probably used some of them in 1939. So if we end up doing that, we've got those decals for those guys. But my uncle spent some time in a U-boat. He was a radio operator. His sub was sunk but broached, and he climbed back inside to send an probably breached. Climbed back inside to send an SOS, got an Iron Cross for that, and that saved his life. My mother found out by seeing his face in a newsreel program at the cinema. Wow. They have some new video game called, well, it might be craftily called U-Boat or something like that, where you manage a crew of a U-boat, but it's not finished yet. It looks like it's pretty neat, but I've bought a couple of those unfinished video games, and the problem with it is that they either don't get finished or you get tired of them before they get finished, and you're like, whatever, I've already played this, So that's not a really good a model for me. So, now we got two of them. The other Marcin is here. Excellent. Welcome, welcome. The original one, I should say. I think he's been on here longer. That's okay. May not have found out about this. But you live somewhere else, if I remember correctly. You don't live in Poland. It's okay. I don't live in my motherland. I was born here, but Nobody's from here unless, not even the natives are from here. They walk their asses over. So a long time ago. So we suspect. There's just some things that we're not going to know what happened on this earth. And that's why I'm not into like planets and stuff like that. Cause it's like, yeah, 1,000 light years away. Hold on a second. We don't even know what kind of shields the Romans used in some periods. And you're going to tell me you know what happens 1,000 light years away? No, I'm not interested. Let me know when you find out what kind of shields they used in a certain period. I'm not a science denier, just a science not really interested in it because it's probably not true denier. And I can't worry about everything. If I had a superpower, taking all the water out of an ocean one at a time would be a pretty cool superpower. There's all kinds of stuff you could find down there. We could put it back. It's not like you're not going to put it, but all the shipwrecks and stuff that's been. I mean, there's so many really interesting things that have been lost. Today we're going to pump out the Black Sea or the just pumping out the Mediterranean. What stuff you could find there? Double trouble. There you go. There's two Poles and only one German. Paybacks are hell. Double envelopment. Oh man. Quick hello from D. I'm not sure what D means, but welcome, Michael. In Ireland up to August when my contract finished. Okay. So I was surprised to find out that in Ireland they drive on the English side of the road. I was really surprised about that. I thought it was not the case. Ireland. I would like to go to Ireland, but I don't know. It's okay. I'm okay in this new world order not being able to do things I haven't done yet. I'm not okay not being able to do the things that I've always been able to do. Does that make sense? You know, it's like if I never get a chance to go to Europe, well, I've never been, and so I don't know what I'm missing, but I don't want to get in a situation where it's like, oh well, you could never go on a, you never go to a game convention again, or you could never go on a cruise again. I don't know how the cruise industry is going to survive. Honestly, I don't. I really don't know. I don't know how in the hell they're going to survive this. That was our go-to vacation, and luckily we did 10. I think we did a full 10, but I don't know how in the hell they're going to be glad you're not in that industry. Mm, pay time. If you're going to get the water out of the ocean, you're going to need one hell of a bucket. Was supposed to be down under. Ever thought of coming here to Oz? I would love to go to Australia. You guys are just too far away. Let's forget the pandemic didn't happen. Okay. The problem isn't the cost. The airfare is a fixed cost, and you could figure out how much it would cost you to spend, say, like a week. But the problem is that for those of us that work for slave drivers in the United States, our problem is not how much we're getting paid, but how much vacation time we have. we're on the low end of people getting vacation time. So if you go to a place like Australia, I've got to take like 2 weeks off in a row, regardless of cost. Let's say it was free. If somebody said, "Tony, we love you so much. Everybody in the United in Australia put their Australian dollars together." I know that takes a lot more than you guys all put them together, and we'll pay for your travel. I can't take 2 day. I can't take 2 weeks off in a row. I just can't. It's just too freaking busy until I retire. So that's the problem with a lot of that stuff. It's I'm maxed out on 18 days off, and I can't take them in a row. I can't take 10 in a row. It's too crazy, you know? So that's the problem with going to Australia. I would love to go to Australia. I suspect that I keep saying this. I've never met an Australian I didn't like. I think that you guys have some similarities. Um, it's a land of extremes, from what I can tell. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that you guys have, I mean, the United States is a land of extremes. We have deserts and all kinds of stuff. And we'd like it. And my wife is definitely a traveler. So, but and it takes too long to get over there. You go in and you travel another day and the jet lag, and it's very, very difficult. I would love to, my way to do it would be by cruise ship. That's the way for me to travel. I love to cruise, but those days are probably behind us. But yeah, but I think they got Vegemite here in the stores, so I don't have to go all the way out there for that. I've never had it in my life, so I was just that's the go-to thing for that. So if it wasn't for the last wars, I would be Polish or Prussian. Do you want to start from Spain or any other country? I don't know what you're saying, but let me answer it in a way that I think is what you meant. If I go to Europe, I got to go to Spain first. I have to, just on principle. I'm not going to go, and it doesn't mean that I don't want to go to other places in Europe, but I can't go to, like, say, Austria, which I wouldn't mind going to, and not go to Spain first. I mean, that's where we fuckers come from. So, you got to go to that. So, and again, just going there, that's what we were supposed to do this last year. We were supposed to do a European cruise. We're probably going to do the Barcelona, Italy. You know what? I'm scared to death of either driving or be driven in Italy. I don't think I'd like that. Like there's people over there are freaking crazy. Maybe it's everywhere, but I don't like some other places how they drive either. So, but yeah, if I'm going to Europe, which I've never been, I'm definitely going to Spain first. You've been to Florida once, took 30 hours door to door. Gee whiz. I was just checking how many Australian dollars I have to contribute. It's a time off issue. The rest of it is just budgeting. You know, I just can't take the time off. It's when I take a week off at a time, I leave everything done. All they have to do is hand out the work and deal with the problems. And it's a freaking nightmare. I'll get like 800 emails. Fortunately, I have a way, I can't check emails when I'm not at work. I could, but I choose not to because I don't think about that place when I'm not there. But I can't take 2 weeks off in a row. We're just too busy. So I'm on the opposite end of John Peter, who is. Are you still kind of unemployed or whatever? Or are you mandatedly unemployed? I'm kind of on the other end. I'm like, I can't wait to retire and not do this. But that's the problem with going to Australia and places like that. I would. That's There's many places that I don't want to visit, but there's many places that I do. So We are lucky and we get 4 weeks per year leave. Italians are mad. Yeah, like the drivers in Miami. Holy shit. Just crazy. When it's not the speed, it's almost like, and I can't speak for the Italian ones, it's just a perception that I have. A lot of it is how you conduct yourself around other people and how you have what kind of respect you have for fellow man. Okay? There's no reason to be an asshole or aggressive all the time for everyone at all times. I don't want to live in a place that's like that. So, you can count me out of New York. There's no reason to be that. I just don't want to live in a place like that. And it's not that I'm a turn the other cheek kind of person, but I'm just saying that, you should respect your fellow man kind of stuff, you know, or a wool man. I'm old school. I'm not going to use this new woke lingo. So, anyhow, you should respect other people. And I don't want to live in a place where that isn't the rule. So I don't want to live in a place where you can just pay the cop directly for getting a speeding ticket or bribe somebody. I just don't want to live in those places. I'm a spoiled Westerner. And there's probably places in the East where you can't do that as well, like Singapore. But, you know, we have our own things that we're willing to. Like, I don't think I'll ever retire in somewhere in Central America. I'm perfectly fine living here the rest of my life. I don't want to live somewhere I can't just turn on the tap and drink the tap water. That's a basic necessity of life that I've come accustomed to, and probably not common in most of the world. But I'm not willing to give that up. So I don't know if that's a common thing. Like it's just a big cities, things become so difficult to do that you just basically blow people off because it takes you an hour to go a block in traffic. That it just kind of creates that, and you either play by those rules or you get eaten. Well, I'd rather not live in a place like that. Self-employed, only taking a 5-day vacation to Barcelona 10 years ago. If I were an employee, I would get 30 days. 21 days in a row is normal. Wow. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, I may never get a chance to go to Europe, but that's okay. That doesn't kill me because we can still go there on the Google Mobile. We can still go. I tell this story. I was the Google Mobile went to Santorini. So one day I was bored and decided to see where the Google Mobile traveled on Santorini. So you follow it and it went down this little road where there was like a Y in the road in the middle of the city, and they had this little sign that even told what specials they had. I think it was in English, like what they had the specials for the day. And then I moved down the street a little bit, and there was like these dogs. There was like 3 or 4 dogs that were just hanging out together, and we're looking out in the middle of the road. And I try, you get to travel the world and see other things from the comfort of your home. So it's not horrible. I mean, it's better than it used to be. At least you have access to that kind of technology. But you know. Croatia. I would love to go to Croatia. But the first thing I do when I travel, the very first thing I miss is the food. And I don't say that from the standpoint of, I like American style food, because I like all kinds of things, but I like the way it's presented in the ways that I'm used to here in the United States. And I'm not a steak and potatoes burger eating person. I like eclectic things, but we're used to, or many of us are used to having things a certain way. And we're used to having ice in our drinks at all times. At least I am, even if it is coffee. Spoiled American. But that's just because I'm from here. I'd be different if I was from somewhere else. But I think Australia would be very similar. I think Canada would be damn near the same thing. So, but air travel was a pain after 9/11. And I can't even imagine. I haven't traveled by air in the last year. I can't imagine how much of a pain in the ass it is now. Well, the first thing that really changed was carry-on stuff. Like, everybody freaking nails you to the cross when it comes to luggage, and it's like, that's why we cruise, because when we go on a cruise, we're in Florida. The cruise may be 4 hours away from us, but we take everything we damn well please in the luggage, and there's not a limit, or there's not a limit on weight, or none of that stuff. I think there is a limit on weight. I think you can't have anything that weighs more than 50 pounds, or you get charged, because you don't want people like getting overtaxed trying to pick it up. But, trying to put one luggage that doesn't weigh more than a certain amount, and you got to use it for a week, that's like extra, like, planning and stuff that, that's just inconvenient, so. But, after 9/11, you can never go to the gate with someone to say goodbye to them. And that'll never be rescinded. That will always be the case. You could kill every single terrorist in the entire universe, and you'll never be able to do that again, because there'll be some tiny chance of something happening, and then somebody would get sued. So the lawyers are going to recommend that they never change that, or whatever. It's never going to come back. So I am very resistant to voluntary give up my rights, because it's almost impossible to get them back, even if the cure has been, mitigated or what have you. So, I do not want to give any of my rights I had in 2019 away, or 2018, or 2012. Okay. Let's use this guy does not have a reddish type thing around his neck, so we can use a reddish type brown for his scabbard and such. I was stopped by a policeman in Wyoming. Did you find one? For taking someone's right of way. He let me go because they had a catch and release policy for foreigners. What? How did you even see a cop in Wyoming? I spent a week in Tennessee recently, okay? And I didn't see a single cop for a week giving out tickets on the side of the road for speeding. And on the way back in Georgia, within a between the border with Tennessee and Atlanta, there was over 50 doing that, and there wasn't one in Tennessee. Let's see. Just to set the record straight, if the situation happened in Germany, I would have had the right of way because once you've stopped at the stop sign, the driver going straight has the right of way. What if everybody's going straight? I don't know. Was it a four-way stop? In Wyoming, whoever gets to the stop sign first wins. That's how everywhere is in the United States. Like here, if it's a four-way stop, whoever gets to the intersection first gets to go first. It's kind of common knowledge. And then, you kind of watch because if somebody, there's always some guy that wants to, go straight through. So, you let them through because it's not like I want to have an accident over it. But that's why I wouldn't want to drive on the wrong side of the road like they do in Ireland or the UK, because also it'd be stick shift. And I love a stick shift, but I'm not shifting with my left hand and drive on the wrong side of the road. And, it's Ireland, so I'm probably drinking as well. And, all those combinations aren't good. I'm kidding. I doubt you can drink. I know you can't drink and drive in Ireland, but you may be able to if you're the passenger. Let me know if that's the case. And if so, I'm going to sign up to go to Ireland soon. I know the daughter would love to go to Germany because of the whole beer thing. She would love to have a beer with us out in the open. Wyoming. That's on my places to go to. I want to go horseback riding in Wyoming with a rifle slung on my back and shoot coyotes or something. I don't know. Sounds good. No, I love the mountains. It's exotic. It's like going to the moon for me. It's just something totally different. And the problem is Wyoming is really weird in that the population center is like in one corner and the rest of it is like seems somewhat desolate. But honestly, we've done a lot of like nature stuff lately and we enjoy it. I mean, I don't want to go camping. Don't get me wrong. That's my idea of our idea of roughing it is, going to like the Days Inn, you know. But but I do like the hiking around and stuff and the views, all that stuff. I appreciate nature for sure. So, but not necessarily in the middle of nowhere, but because there's big things that could eat you there. And then if you fly out there, you can't bring your protection with you from those big things that eat you. It's too far to drive. You spend freaking 2 days driving out there. And the gas. Yeah, the gas is, oh, we're going to have fun with the gas here in the future. It's going to be like European levels. Let's hope not. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And you guys, I figured it out the other day. Somebody was telling me you guys are paying like 3 times more than we are. That's no good. All right, we need to get a refill of some beverages. We will be right back. Four-way stops are great. Another thing in Germany, stop signs are also rare. At an intersection, if you don't have the right-of-way sign, the guy coming from the right has the right-of-way, find it dangerous. Yeah. Especially if you're not used to it. So is there a significant amount of World War II gaming in Germany? There wasn't many years ago, but maybe that's kind of gone away. I know that Euro games are a lot of Euro games are made in Germany, and they're never about conquest things. I guess they don't know that saying in Germany. You know, third time's a charm. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna leave the German vehicles for last. Everybody does German vehicles, and that'll help me decide whether I'm gonna do them in gray or dunkelgelb. I prefer them in gray if they're appropriate. Obviously, there's some things that you can't do. So off to bed now. Seeing it's 12:45 a.m. Excellent. Well, we'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Uh, I'll be back after this session about in about 6 hours or so. So if you don't, maybe we'll see you later on. Always, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you guys' company, keeping me on task, and hopefully I'm doing the same for you. I'm always surprised by you'll take some company like a model company that'll make models and stuff, and a lot of the good I don't know anymore, but back in the day, the really ones I enjoyed were all Japanese, but they always had tons of German stuff. I guess the German stuff sells, you know. And I think there's a couple factors. First of all, a lot of their stuff looks really cool. I don't think it's that people want to, create the Fourth Reich or white supremacists or anything like that. I think that just their stuff is cool and they fought a long time, and I think that's the reason for it. And then a lot of people, like in gaming, like to play the underdog, and for in many of the conflicts, the Germans are kind of outnumbered. So, and people also tend to like the people that to play the ones that didn't win to see how they could possibly do better. I think that's the factors on them, but that's at least when I was growing up. Things may be a little different now with the whole woke thing going on, but I had no problem playing German stuff or Nazi troops or whatever. It's just a game. I mean, I'm a pacifist in real life. I'm a world conqueror on the game table, but I'm a pacifist in real life. Woke. That's twice I've mentioned it today, and that was due to some comment that John Peters said yesterday. He mentioned woke and something like, I don't get that. I'm old school, and I do that all the time. I say it more and more often, and I don't even consider myself that old. I certainly don't feel that old. I just think that I live in a different time than the one that we're experiencing now. And I suspect that's going to continue being the case. So, oh well. I guess by the time I'm on my deathbed, I'll be tired of how things are going. So, good riddance. Okay, we've got some leggings to do on this guy, and we got to add some color to here. Let's do like a dark blue. Let's do like a darker blue to kind of bring in some of that color in here. And see if we can find one that will work. And the interesting thing is this is a pretty bright blue, but I don't have to make it bright because I can start. Jeez, fumbles. I'm getting old. I'm dropping things. I'm dropping things a lot more often than I used to. Stumbling into things. I don't like that. I'd rather be an asshole. I don't like being incompetent. As Arnie says, I'll be back. Oh yeah, Mitch and I like playing Germans because we like doing Arnold voices for everything. For many things. Well, I'm not going to answer a call if it says it's potential spam. Decline. Go away. Okay. This is this blue. This blue, I need to hide this blue. So watch this. This is unusual. This is probably the only color that I have that does this. All right. So see if you guys can picture what this color looks like. Okay. And it's pretty accurate in the screen there is what I'm seeing in real life. It looks kind of a standard cross between a French blue and a Prussian blue. Pretty full-bodied, nice color. Now look at the actual top. See, you're getting a more, it's very gray looking. I don't know why this color is that way, but it appears one thing and some, and I've mixed the hell out of this thing, but it is very gray looking. It doesn't even match the, see here it looks, it doesn't look like it's got any gray at all in the video, but it is. It's very gray looking. I'm going to hide you in the bottom because I always seem to pull this bastard out. So we're going to move you all the way to the bottom here, and it's going to take an act of God for me to pick you again. I'm annoyed that I always pick that color when I want a full-bodied blue. Okay, let's try this one. Intense blue. Well, this one better be bright. It's the only color that's that way. I keep trying to figure out how I got stuck in this alternate universe. This world is nuttier than the one I'm from. It is. It is. I think that I'm not going to, I don't want to get political because I don't like any of the politic people. I believe in, like I said, say what you do and do what you say. And you guys couldn't buy me. I couldn't be bought. I'd be a terrible politician. I wouldn't take anybody's money. And if I did, I'm still going to do what I said I was going to do, which means I wouldn't get elected. But too many people have a voice. And I don't mean that people should be shut out. I just think that some people are out there to cause harm. It's flat out, I'm gonna flat out say it. Some people are out there to do no good. And it doesn't matter whether it's a Christian viewpoint or anything else. We all know what's good and bad by now, okay? We have the technology, we know what happened in wars, and there's good sides and there's bad sides and people that are up to good and bad. And everybody seems like they have a voice. And there's just too many people causing trouble. I mean, I say this all the time. The internet is the best thing and the worst thing. It's great because of this. It builds this, we have this niche hobby, and it allows us to communicate with each other and for a positive effect. But it also lets child molesters communicate with other child molesters. And you know people that are out to cause harm and are bad folks to find out there's others like them, and not stay in the shadows but actually be out and causing harm to the rest of the people. So child molesters, I've had several people, I live in the South, and I've had several people, hey, do you want to go hunting? I said no, because they have food in the grocery store. Okay. They have ham in the grocery store, and unless we can hunt child molesters, I'm not interested in hunting that. You don't hurt kids. End of story. That's no compromising on that. So anyhow, So yeah, this internet is the best thing and the worst thing, and I think that that's really what's caused it. The 24-hour news cycle is also bad, where they've got to, you need, all you hear is bad stuff and bad stuff and bad stuff and bad stuff, and I don't know. It's just, can we go back to the 80s? The music was a hell of a lot better in the 80s. I didn't have a good time in the 80s because I was a kid, and I didn't enjoy really being a kid because I I didn't get to do a lot of cool stuff that other kids got to do. But can we go back to that? Can we get the Soviet Union going again? Because that kind of, helped them crack. I don't know. Hindsight's 2020. I wanted to be an adult in the world that I lived in when I was a kid. Does that make sense? Not this new whatever the hell this is. Oh well. Maybe we'll all be tired of it when it's time to die. We won't miss it so much. And arguing about things. I just Lots of people like to argue. It's a waste of time. I don't like to argue with a wife. I don't like to argue at work. You're not going to change anybody's mind. People are like entrenched in what they feel. It's not that why I am entrenched about many things, but I don't care to convert other people. I just want people to leave me alone. And, that's when you have a problem. It's like, well, I want you to do this. Well, I want to be left alone. Well, we're going to make you do this. Well, we're going to fight. But I don't know. Lots of people like to argue and stuff. I see no point in it. Zero point in it. There's some points of view you're just not going to change. We're all raised differently. That has a profound effect on how you think, whether it's a positive or a negative one. Like, you may have had a good upbringing, you may have had a bad one. It certainly affects how you look at the world. And living in this country, we have a natural aversion to being told how to think, especially when the person that is telling you has no, I'm going to say moral authority. I could think of maybe a better term than that, but we don't like being told what to do. It's like we're fine wearing green shirt until somebody tells us you have to wear a green shirt every day. Screw you! I'm not wearing green again. That's my attitude. So, especially when it's someone who's never worn a green shirt before. We have less fake news in Germany, I hope. What happened to the news? The news is just the freaking news, and you just figured it out on your own. The mainstream news channels are like they are in North America 30 years ago with the three networks and CNN before they went nuts. A lot of people think these days are pretty bad, but man, the 60s were pretty intense. Some things were worse then. Probably, but I didn't get to live through them, so. I just hope we learn from our mistakes. I know we're not going to. But I can tell you one thing, and I'm not being political about this, but let's say you take this last election we just had here in the United States. Can we just agree that the way it was handled with the mail in votes was the wrong way to go about it? Let me give you an example. And I'm not saying don't allow them. I'm just saying say voting day is Tuesday, November 7th. I forget what it was this last year, but say it was Tuesday, November 7th is the day of the voting. If you have a mail-in ballot, it needs to be in to the location where they count the ballots by that date. End of story. Okay. I mean, you get them freaking, I don't know, get one in freaking March of the day before. You've got now 6 months to get that mail-in ballot. It's got to be in the counting station so that it can be counted at the same time that all the other ballots. Now, I'm not saying that there was any fraud at all. Just forget that. Just from the standpoint of clarity, doesn't that make sense that that would be the way to do it going forward? And then you wouldn't have all this controversy. Anyhow, that's just me thinking from the outside. You know, when something becomes a problem, you solve it so that the people can't have any ammunition to use against you. You know, but I hope that that's the way that they're going to go forward. I doubt that's going to be the way it is because that makes sense. You know, I don't know what speed this fan's at, but it's likely to make a little noise. I just can't see any argument that would be against that that would make any sense. Because just for clarity, just be clear who cares who wins as long as everybody agrees that, you know, should have to count. It's bad enough. It's bad enough that the polls close at one time on the East Coast and a different time on the West Coast. I would even argue that they all need to close at the same time everywhere. And you just adjust it however you do, you know. But again, for clarity. But then, you know, I'm used to playing games with strict rules, and that's how you play them, and you don't make exceptions. So I'm used to my whole life being operated like that. You know, I don't make it. Now it's too cold. I'll take things you never hear me say for 1,000, please. Tony's cold? Yeah, I'm never cold. I'm never cold. So, hello, Tony. Studio WGS coming to you from the tomorrow. Of course, the coolest thing in the '60s was watching astronauts make it to the moon. You mean if that really happened? Some people just. The other thing is some people are just in need of believing in something, and the people in government can't even keep someone under wraps whether or not they had a blowjob or not. They're certainly not going to keep the moon landing that is fake under wraps. So, okay, this guy's done. Boom. Next. Halfway there. Okay. Yeah, I don't think our government's evil. I think government's incompetent. You know, they pass the buck. And this happens when you're dealing with other things with other people. Like you call, say, a customer, and you speak to one person, and then the next time you speak to somebody else, and they drop the ball, they don't communicate with each other. You think one person has your order right, and they don't. You know, that kind of crap, that humanity stuff, just just happens anyways. Okay, this is flat clear Model Master Acryl. So we're going to brush this on where the decal is and hope to God something bad doesn't happen. And that's where we're going to try it on the Jeep. He's my guinea pig. I'd make a guinea pig sound right now, but I don't really know what sound they make. I think they, or something like that. I don't know. I don't have any pets. Jeez. That's the problem with these damn you testers and your bottles that don't open. Good thing I have good teeth. It's the molars. They're used to doing that. All right. Let's see. Let's just brush on. Let's make sure we got the right one. Flat, clear. Yes. Okay, we did the whole hood, and we're going to leave it alone. We'll come back to that. See, it's kind of fun to work this on, just kind of doing it on the side. We'll see how this turns out. If it has the desired effect, then we'll flat clear the other decals on the other vehicles. And then when that's done, we'll spray them all flat. I don't want to spray the flat on top of the decal because it may not get a good seal on it or something like that. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking ahead. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I just don't want to do all that effort and it's, wasted. So with those early firearms and their armor, these Hungarians kind of look like they're firing some sort of rudimentary RPG-7. Yeah, and they haven't even made the Panzerfaust 30, or what's the first one they used? The Kleine one. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So those of you guys that are just joining me, we got the vehicles going. We're planning on getting them based by this weekend. This is a plastic shim that I confiscated from work. This is actually one for another vehicle, but this is the kind of stands I plan on having them on. And then that way we have some of the terrain that could have the dust and stuff similar to it that will be back on the vehicle. Helps tie them all together. And I've got sheet magnets to put on the bottom of these so we can magnetize these and we'll put them in our carrying case or whatever. But we'll epoxy these tracks down and this is the easy part. I know how to do this. I've got lots of experience with that. But we'll see how we do the weathering. All right, so what is the base color of this guy's tunic? Let's do something different. And let's look at this yellow and see what we got. Ochre brown. Let's go with ochre brown. And this guy's going to have a white thing as well around his neck. It's great that you're doing infantry for World War II. I've got elves on my plate. I'm not doing infantry. I've got lots of infantry done. I don't have very many vehicles done. So I gotta remember to rebase some of my World War II figures because right now the figures still look great, even though they were painted 20-something years ago. But the basing, this is what we used to do in the late 90s because we didn't know any better. We were ignorant. So we're going to rebase and do his base to modern standards. So I've got lots of Germans and Russians to do. I've got lots of Germans already done. I probably don't need to paint any more Germans. I was building them for a scenario when I needed to have basically a platoon of them. I've got about a platoon of Germans painted. And that's plenty of figures for what I'm doing. So, okay, so where is this yellow color that we have here? And we're going to use this with a dark brown because if we use the black, it's going to get greenish looking. Not really digging that look for that. So we got 2 figures done in a few hours. We should be able to get the other 2 guys done today. Maybe not in this session, maybe in a later session. I have to drop my daughter off around noon for like 3 or 4 hours somewhere. So I'll come back and we'll be back on. It's either that or I'll go play Xbox, but I'd rather hang out with you guys. We're getting something done. I got to get this stuff done anyway, so I might as well enjoy doing that with you guys. And my internet is piss poor. I get disconnected all the time, so I don't want to come home and get frustrated, Okay, so here is this crazy bright ass color. All right, this is what we're going to paint this guy. found something funny. Probably the blowjob thing. It's true. They can't keep a secret from each other. Okay, don't talk to anybody. Somehow the press finds out. Come on. They can't keep a secret. How'd the Soviets lose the Cold War? I wonder. They had more peasants than we did. So the other day, true story, I needed to order a cover for a fire pit. We have a little fire pit in the background, in the backyard. It's a standalone thing. It's made out of steel, I'm pretty sure. And it's like 30 by 30, 30 inches by 30 inches, 2 foot tall. And it has a little rubber cover that we keep on it, keep the leaves and stuff on it. And it was kind of decaying or whatever. So I go online to see if I can find a cover for it, which there was a million to choose from. And I figured, well, there's so many. Certainly I can find one that's not made in, CCP. And I spent about an hour looking, and every single one made by different brands all came from the same place. I'm like, how the hell did we get here? You know? And notice I didn't say I was looking for one made in the United States. It's fine not in the United States. It just shouldn't be somewhere that, is a dictatorship, so to speak, you know? Um, there just weren't any options. I'm like, how did we get here? It was just really, I was willing to pay more, you know? I'm willing to pay more to support other things. Fortunately, we're in a position where we can do that. Um, but it's not out there for sale. So it doesn't have to be made in the US. It could be made in, one of our friends. You're meaning to ask, where do I find information on how naval ships are numbered in the Royal Navy fleets? Do I know? I don't, but you should be able to find that relatively easy. Are you talking about modern, or if you're talking about World War II? And if you're talking about World War II, which is every one of them had like a flag number, and it's irrelevant. The letter did not have anything to do with the ship. So, like for instance, if you had, and I'm just going to pull something out of nowhere. Say you have the tribal class destroyer, the Maori. Okay, the Maori might have had a flag number F-45 that has nothing to do with. It's not like it's an M something or another. I'm not sure how that works. World War II numbers on the side of the ships. I would just look for pictures of them. When I was doing World War II, and I'm a World War II naval nut, or used to be, not the Pacific, but like the Mediterranean, the Atlantic. That's what I liked to war game back in the 80s. And I'd have to go to the library at the University of Florida to find my reference material because there was no internet. There wasn't. But now it's like you could look up a certain ship and see examples of people having painted black and white photos of them, maybe a colorized photo. You have access to so many things now. This just truly amazing. So yeah, all of those I guess the big ships did too, but I'm suspecting you're asking about the destroyers. The destroyers, and I love Royal Navy destroyers of World War II. They're one of my favorite subjects. I loved commanding them. They were freaking balls to the walls badasses. And they they all have really all have really cool names, and there's so much information of them on there. Was there one in particular you were looking for, or but the internet is just such a useful tool that just wasn't available when I was doing that period. Now so Yeah, I was doing in 1/2400. I sold all of them. They weren't worth a crap to look at. I mean, the ones I did towards the end looked pretty good, but the ones I had done, I was using washes and stuff like that. And this was in the late 80s, when the nice thing is they had gone up so much in value that when I sold them, I actually, even with my crappy paint jobs, I pretty much got all my money back out of it. So that was kind of cool. But when I bought them, the battleships were running about $5 each, and when I sold them, they were running about 12 or 13 or 14 or something like that. Now they're even more. Now they're like $20 each. If I was going to do World War II naval again, I would go 1/6000th all the way because the scale of the game is more in line with the look of the ship. Because when we were doing 1/2400, you've got ships that would in real life shoot like ridiculous distances in scale with a ship. I mean, like multiple. You couldn't play in a place that big. So, and then if you did, they would have to move so darn far in each turn, because invariably it's condensed. The game is the game we played, which was Sea Creek 4 for the longest time. It has 2-minute turns. So, in 2 minutes, a ship's going to move, I don't know, a couple feet probably, at least. So, that's not really practical. Cheaper is better. Well, I'm pretty sure, since we're talking about everything else, the problem with that is, and this is me, my only background is I made an A in economics in the 1990s in one class, okay? And I have a fair amount of common sense, I think. Of course, if I don't have any common sense, then that doesn't really mean anything, what I just said. But I think when you go and you make things in another country that are a lot cheaper, then your wages don't rise to compensate for that. So, if you're buying cheap things, then it doesn't take any more money. You don't really need any more money equivalency to be able to buy the same stuff. So what happens is then it becomes the point where you can never make it again in your country, because if you make it in your country, then it would cost so much more, and you didn't and your wages didn't go up in the same amount, so you could even buy your own stuff. I don't know if I explained that properly, but that's at least what I'm getting at. A lot of things, when everything's made in Walmart and everything's cheap, then your cost of living doesn't go up. So, unless you somehow can make it again in your country for a cheap price, even if it does get made here, it's going to be a cost where nobody will be able to afford it. I don't know how you get back from doing that, but actually, I do know what the solution is. Uh, they invade Taiwan. The entire world boycotts them and doesn't buy any of their stuff. Basically, treats them like Nazi Germany, and then we have to start making things in the rest of the world again. I think that's the only solution. But not that I want them to go to war, but I'm just saying, anyhow. Generally, I just look up the ship Wikipedia, World War II numbering one, know what the numbers meant, so I could do my alternate universe British naval in the style with some understanding. I don't know if they mean anything. I mean, you would think that they would have some significance to why this destroyer is a certain number, what the pendant number, what it is. If I was going to do naval gaming again, speaking of alternate universe, I would do stuff in Victorian times, and I would do conflicts that never happened. So I would do, ships that were real, but just stuff that never happened. Because I've done all the real stuff before, and it's just honestly too. I do earlier because I don't really like air power in games. It's kind of, if you're playing a ship game and you have an aircraft carrier on there, he's basically his His purpose is to make sure there's not really a surface engagement to really engage things, which kind of defeats the whole purpose, you know. That's why I don't really like submarine games, because I like seeing the ships actually going at it, you know. And anyhow, uh-oh, hello. Oh, I'm being summoned. I'll be right back. The summoner. Okay, so we got another 40 minutes or so. And no, that's not a beer. That'd be a good way to not get anything done. This creativity moment is brought to you by Coke Zero. Okay, where was I? When you first came to Germany, I was surprised the price did not matter much. Everybody wanted the best, and you went to the best to get it. Often people didn't bother to get an estimate. I've been getting more interested in pre-dreadnoughts in the ironclad area. So I like the ironclad stuff, but I don't like American Civil War stuff. So yeah, ironclad stuff. Like the period is really interesting, like from the 1880s, because there's some crazy designs, you know, and the distances are super short, you know. So if Walter makes the best doors, and I want a door from Walter, and the price is secondary, Walmart tried to get into our market but failed. Price has become much more important than in the last 20 years, but there's still a desire to get the best which is often made in Germany. Cheaper things usually don't last as long, not as high quality. Walmart. I haven't been to Walmart in fall of the year before last, and I don't plan on ever going back. So, not going to Walmart. Well, see, here's the thing is German German stuff is had always been known as quality things, but you just can't find this stuff. You know, it's almost like they don't bring it in because nobody's going to buy it, and because nobody's going to buy it, nobody's going to bring it in. I don't know. It used to be that I get excited when I see something. Oh, it's made in France, or it's made in Italy or Germany, or something like that. It's just it's so unusual to have those. Those things. I spent a long time looking for something. I would have been fine if it was made in Guatemala or Canada or pretty much anywhere else, except maybe North Korea or a few handful of other places. I will happily say that all of my hobby products, with the exception of my damn brushes, are not made in CCP. I don't want to say China because it's nothing against the Chinese people. They didn't choose that. They didn't choose that. They're being held at gunpoint too. Get a little bit more highlight here. But all my hobby products are. See, these come from Spain. These are the Danish paints. This is Japanese, which straighten them out after we bomb the living shit out of their places. Maybe that's the secret. Oh, I didn't say that. What else? This stuff comes from California. Well, that's just as bad as China. No, these products are all environmentally friendly, which I appreciate that. Made in the USA. I appreciate that these products are not toxic, So I didn't use this, but this micro weld, this stuff smells like oranges, which is really funny because it's actually flammable. Keep out of reach of children. And this stuff actually smells pleasant. It smells like an orange cleaning product. So pleasantly scented. Yeah. What else? A lot of the hobby stuff. Oh, all this. Here's the thing that doesn't make any sense. You guys ready for this? Talking about cheap things. The cheapest paint I have is all Apple Barrel and folk art, all of this stuff. Okay. I think, let me get three brands out here. I think there's three. Apple Barrel, folk art. I want to say there's another one. Craft Smart. And I want to say there's an Americana also brand. Let me see if I can find an Americana. These are things I use for terrain. I don't use them all. They have too much filler in them. Anyhow, I don't know where the hell Americana is. I may have an Americana. These are all kind of the cheapo brands that are available at yes, even Walmart. Joann's, Fabrics, Michaels, any of those stores have them. Okay, so this one, Craft Smart. All right, this is actually the cheapest of all of these. Let's find out where this is made. This is, and these are, for the most part, you can get them for either $1 or even less than $1. for a sizable amount. 59 milliliters for those of you guys in a metric country, also known every country other than the United States. Um, Made in the USA, distributed by MSPCI in Irving, Texas. Okay, so the distributor is American and it's made in the American as well. All right, this is Plaid. I believe this is the one made in Georgia, Norcross, Georgia, made in the USA. Okay, and this one is also made by Plaid. So it looks like they make two different brands. This is the Apple Barrel, I think, is their cheaper one, and this one has the other one. And Americana is also made in the US. So the cheapest paint available is not made in China, it's still made in the United States. So we can make cheap things here. Um, and they're just as shitty as if they were made in China. So why can't we make these brushes here? You know? Oh man. Cheaper thing. Okay, I'm off. Gonna prep for our next video. It takes a few days to prep. I get it. Looking forward to seeing it. Although I need to play catch up on your videos. That's Studio WGS with the turntable videos. Hopefully, it has elephant dung in that army. I enjoy seeing that. That was a hoot. It's a kind of humor that I enjoy. From Malaysia. Why can't we make things in Malaysia? Malaysia'd be okay. I'd buy Malaysian stuff. They're okay people out there. Okay. Right. So we need to get manufacturers have tricks. Brie cheese produced in Germany is sent to France to be packaged. It then becomes French brie and then sent back to Germany. That's just stupid. That's just somebody should hang for that. That's just dishonesty. I couldn't be in politics. I couldn't do stuff like that. I just couldn't do stuff. The Battlefront factory is in Malaysia, is it? Well, good. Hopefully they're paying you guys okay. They certainly charge enough for their product. Excellent. Used to make a lot of die-cast cars in Malaysia. You know, little like Matchbox cars. I don't see them anymore. And Taiwan too. You never see things in Taiwan. I don't know what the hell those guys are doing out there, but they don't make things like they used to. But, and there's always a big but, and used all capitalized things. Uh-oh. Yeah, there used to be a fair amount of things made in Malaysia, and they just kind of. I said I wouldn't do well in politics. You wouldn't be able to buy me. I don't need a yacht. I'd rather do the right thing. But we have to import them from a US distributor and not directly from the factory. Sounds like politics. That does not make sense. Yeah. I don't like things that don't make sense. Okay? I've mentioned this before. I'll go to the grocery store. We live in Florida, right? So we have a fair amount of agriculture in Florida. We certainly have good weather to grow things, you know, food crops, okay? So every week I buy tomatoes because I have a salad pretty much every day for a work day. I buy tomatoes. And sometimes the tomatoes made in Canada. Like, why are we getting Canadian tomatoes? I've got nothing against buying things from Canada, not at all. But, you know, just look at a map. Why are we buying a cheap item that comes, you know, thousands of miles away when we can just get them from here? I work in logistics, so that doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense. It's wasteful. I'm not a save the earth kind of person either. But that doesn't make any sense. It's dumb to be wasteful. Wasteful, stupid. That's like, well, I can just throw this garbage on the ground, or I can put it on in the garbage can that's right next to it. You put it in the garbage can, asshole. It's wasteful. Yeah. If two people can do a job, I'm not somebody that like, well, let's let it go through four people. Why? Let those other two people, let the other two people do something else that's useful. Yeah, it's got to go through a U.S. distributor. Yeah. Has have those guys moved to no almost no white metal? They've gone almost plastic, which I don't really know what the move is for that. Um, I know that, and I mentioned this earlier. I was not aware of this. I am now. I mean, I have for some time, but the molds in something white metal end up crapping out after a while. You know, they get destroyed. So I can see maybe if they went to some injection plastic, the molds last longer. They don't have to redo the molds. I can see that, but I don't like painting plastic things. I can tell you, I was actually in the process of building this T-34. I couldn't tell you how many times I dropped this turret on the ground because it just doesn't weigh anything. It's like almost like if this was made out of paper mache, it would weigh more. I'm unusual. It's unusual for me to have that feeling of something that's hollow and plastic. So um, that does not so I don't stock Flames of War. Okay, because you have a store. Okay, bolt action. I see what you mean. So you're making a product that's made right down the street or in your same country, but you can't order it from down the street. You have to order it from somewhere in the United States. So you have to have it shipped back all the way across the freaking. That's dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. Bolt action is more my thing now. Okay, plastic injection makes sense from the economy of scale sense. I think Flames of War is resin now, but I'm not sure. I don't mind resin, except resin, when it falls on the ground, you're screwed. It's going to snap. Um, I've got some resin stuff. Economy of scale. What does that mean, Skylab? I'm sure that I know what it's going to mean when you tell me what it is, but you don't know why Battlefront does that. Politics. I don't know. Wait, Battlefront is from New Zealand, aren't they? I thought they were. And is Battlefront the same as Flames of War? I think Battlefront's the name of the company and Flames of War is the name of the rules. Yeah. There used to be another game called Battlefront many years ago, and I don't know if that's the same thing. I think it was called Battlefront. I had a name like that. Nobody plays that one anymore. But I like their models. I don't like 15 millimeter for World War II because I didn't grow up. I got too many 20s, I already, and I want the individual looking figures or whatever. I can do any 20 millimeter figures. You guys will get to see what I'm talking about. But I got plenty of them already. Okay. Resin molds are not as durable as the metal ones for plastic injection. You spend more on the means of manufacturing less production per mold. This Battlefront is from New Zealand. Okay, but they go through a US distributor. Or maybe you have to go through a US distributor. That doesn't make any sense. I don't do well with things that don't make sense. Because you know what? They don't make sense. Things that don't make sense don't make sense. So how soon before Flames of War comes with the next version of the rules and everybody has to throw everything away and start over? Maybe I like the fact that the rules I'm going to be using are out of production and they can't screw with them. I don't know. I can use whatever rules I want as long as I don't play in a tournament, and I don't plan on doing World War II tournament stuff. So I have no problem doing like Romans against classical Indians or stuff that doesn't make any sense. You know, Egyptians versus French knights. But I would not be able to play in an event where I'm taking an American squad against another American squad, or British versus Americans, or something like that in a World War II setting. That's blasphemy. That doesn't really work for me. But that's okay if it works for you. And I also don't like rules that all the rules aren't in one place. I know why they're doing it. They're doing it for a business model so that they can stay in business. And it's a hard market, especially with gamers. A lot of gamers are, need to keep buying stuff to keep them around. Otherwise, they'll just move to some. I don't know. I mean, I understand why they do it, but as a consumer. So speaking as a consumer, I do some video gaming as well. I play not Flames of War. I play Field of Glory on the computer because it's DBA-ish. It's a pretty decent game. And yesterday they came out with Field of Glory 2, the expansion for Medieval. It's beautiful. Now, within the first battle I played, I could already tell you that they had the heraldry was wrong. Like I played a game against someone that I'm playing with frequently, and they're a DBA guy from the UK. He's a nice guy. I've probably played 60 or 70 games with him. And who was I playing? The Poles. And I'm like, why do these knights have Low Countries heraldry on them? Because again, I'm starting to know too much to have a good time playing it. But anyhow, that wasn't the problem. I started playing it. I'm like, well, let me see what else is here. And the rules, the game is supposedly from like 10 something. We'll call it the Norman Conquest to like 1270. I'm like, okay, so they don't want to include the stuff for the Hundred Years' War. Okay, I get that. That'll be a later expansion. But I'm expecting to see all of the nations during the time period that's covered in that because it's just that's a small portion of the medieval period, right? But no, they didn't have any crusade stuff. They didn't have any of the stuff for the Reconquista, so I can't play Spanish, which would have been the first thing I'd want to play, because that's what I is. You want to play your own people. Didn't have any of that. Oh, it's good. It's a future content thing, maybe. I don't mind paying more for it, but I want it now. I don't want to wait a year. I may not be playing a game in a year. I don't know. Just annoying. Just annoying that they went that route. I would rather pay more and have all the rules for all of the nations. That's like I'm playing a miniatures game than have to wait for some codex to be released. Because what will happen is in some codex, there'll be some special rule for what that is. And you got to remember that when you're going to the other one. And, I'm sure Saga did that thing. Saga did that. Well, Saga came out. And Saga, when it came out, only had Vikings, Anglo-Saxons, or maybe just Saxons, probably to cover both of them. What else did they have? Irish, Welsh. I wasn't interested in any of those guys. I want to play, Spanish if I was going to play anything. Well, it took like 4 or 5 years for them to come out with it. And by that time, I'm not interested. I've moved on. So I don't know. I'm old school, and that's how things used to be done when I was, when I did it. So. If I ever came up with rules that have stuff for everybody, I wouldn't do them. That's just me. Not that I'm working on that for anything. Pretty sure at this point, before I have to work on any rules, I'm going to have to be retired. I just don't have the energy to. It's going to cut into my painting time, which is what I really enjoy. Working on rules is just frustrating, especially when people are like, "Well, why'd you do it this way?" And you have to explain yourself. I'm like, I'm not getting any therapeutic effects from playing rules here. All right, so let's go ahead and do his shirt. We're going to do this in a white. Uh-oh. Depends on the quality sold. So if you don't sell enough product, it doesn't make sense to pay a lot more for the metal molds. Flames of War is pushing Team Yankee. But Flames of War is 40K with World War II. Yeah, and I never played 40K. I'm not sure where the break-even point is. I leave that up to my boss. We have lots of fun casting resin tanks at Trenchworks. That's right, because you work on hobby stuff, you lucky bastard. Hopefully you're making good living. I hope you're the best. I hope you can. I hope you're making a living doing that well, and you can be one of the lucky few. Ben Waddy, welcome. What's weird with Flames, with Field of Glory 2 Medieval, is that they have Arab armies covering the early Crusades and the Ancients game already. They just lack the Crusaders. Yeah, it's weird. I think the display is a hell of a lot better in the new one. I think it's really, really nice. Like, it's really, really nice. Um, you hate special rules. They tend to be evidence of balancing rules set to begin with, especially in supplements. I don't like them either. Unbalanced. Okay. Although they're adding cross compatibility, you can play ancients against medieval armies, so you can do some Crusades battles that way. Well, I am interested in doing the Mongol stuff because there's some people, I think I read some reviews that said the Mongols are really powerful. Well, that would be a first. That would be a first, that it would be a tactical game that, but the problem with Field of Glory is that there's limited ammunition. So after you've expended your 4 or 5 rounds that you have of both, I don't know, maybe the Mongols have a lot more rounds, ammo than that. You end up just turning into like plinking things, but we'll see. DB8 does a piss poor job of handling a Mongol army. So I can't recommend DBA for that. Some house rules would probably take care of that, but I don't want to get into that because until it becomes evident that we're not going to have any more conventions anytime soon, like the next 10 years, which is possible, we're not going to do any house rules for Mongols and stuff like that. And I don't have any Mongol army. And there was an incentive for me not to build a Mongol army, because as soon as I build a Mongol army, I'll be like, hey, we have some special rules for these guys. But anyhow, I've been itching to do one just to do those special rules, but I know several people that I know that are Mongol lovers. I don't care for them. I side with a more civilized type people. I got to finish my Russians before I go worry about the Mongols. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully I'll do that, because all I got to do is do the knights for the Russians, and we'll have another DBA army. I just have the foot done. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do something a little different. Nah, let's go ahead and finish this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do this, the thing around his neck, also in white, but we're going to use a brown base instead of this black base. So it'll look the same but different. You Mongol lover. No, I know one person in particular that wish he was probably born a Mongol. Sure seems like it from all his posts. He's, I don't know. I don't like people that destroy civilizations, even if you don't agree with it. It's, don't destroy things of the past. There's very few information that we have already, so. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Your company makes resin miniatures for war games, RPG gamers, and figure modelers. Our engineering side makes manufacturing robots, such as machines that load paint bottles with hobby paints. Mongols and DBA does not translate well. No shit. Oh, that's what I forgot to ask. What was the name of your company again? You said it on here, Terra X, something like that. What's the name of your company? I'll write them down on my napkin of knowledge here, and we'll look them up and see if you guys make anything cool. What I think is really neat is all the products that are being made by MDF and laser cutting. I think that's a great venue of doing things like buildings and stuff like that. I think that's pretty neat. I think that's really really neat. Like I looked at it, they make a bunch of like Stalingrad buildings in like 20 millimeter. Of course, I'd have to a crash course on how to make rubble and stuff, but I was mentioning last night that I did get the Too Fat Lardy supplement on Wintergewitter, which is one of my favorite little campaign periods. It was the failed attempt by whatever Panzer Corps it was, Hots Panzer Corps, in trying to relieve Stalingrad. I want to say it's the 6th Panzer, the 14th, and the 23rd. I could be wrong. And the 14th and the 23rd were under strength big time, but I like the snowy stuff. So I like that time period of the war. Germans are still gray. They're better troop quality than the Russians, but the Russians aren't totally crap. And, you know, I like that time period for playing games. Real money and casting resin figures in a fantasy game. I wish it was more historical. Yeah, I think a lot of it is blamed on history teachers. I think a lot of history teachers just don't. If history was taught in a different way, more people would enjoy it. My daughter she's in high school, and she complains the last couple of years the way history is taught, and it's just garbage. It's just to get them through. Although, as much as I like history, I don't think it's really a necessary topic. People can't even write sentences, or there's other things that are more useful. It makes a good hobby, but it's fascinating. So, and some of us get to, as I like to call it, partake in it. Okay, this worked really well. Come on, focus. There was a little bit of silvering that was showing before I had done that flat coat, but now with the flat coat, it's gone. Okay, time to flat coat over the other numbers and such, so we can do that later. Dun, 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 dun. All right, get our flat clear. We got to be careful. We don't put the gloss. I guess if I put gloss over it, wouldn't be that big of a deal. I was trying to figure out if it was recommended to put gloss back over it and then do flat, just to kind of seal it between two layers of gloss, but I never found that. So that's why I tested it on the little Jeep first. All right. It's going to be one of these days. It's, as I like to say, it's the same time of day all day long. It's rainy. Okay, let's let these sit. I think they look, I mean, once you take the shine off of them, they look perfectly usable, but we're going to have some weathering on them. Nothing crazy. I'm not going to spend $25 on the products from AK, you know. I may do some chipping really lightly. I don't know, just kind of experiment. We're going to try that. We're going to mess with the Jeep because this guy's easier to fix if I'm not happy with it. I always take that into consideration. Like I'm afraid that things are going to go really south, and they kind of really don't. So that's what I said is the, you know, the whole painting, like the writer's block from painter's block. I'm so worried about making a mistake, and you know, I mean, if I did make a mistake, I'm experienced enough that I know how to correct it, and it'll be just fine. I paint really thin, so that in itself is extremely helpful. If I paint something I don't like, I could just repaint over it, and it's not like it's all like thick and goopy. So okay, back to this, the handgunner. Sadly true, high school history teachers were sports coaches. It's always that way. Governments don't want too many critical thinkers because they question government policies. They control what's being taught nowadays. Having a horde of unintelligent people has not been working out well due to social media. So maybe it's time to bring back civics classes and detailed history courses. I think civics is super important. I think it's super important. Yeah, people are really ignorant. I see all the time. I mean, like you'll be somebody who's running for president, and they're like they're planning for some law, and I'm like, presidents don't make laws, dude. That's not how it works. Like people don't know that. Yeah, I think civics is important. I don't think history is that important. I mean, unless you're going into some field that you know, most people don't need to know that. Have them focus on algebra, man. Algebra is super useful. The first one, the second one can go to hell. Okay, I don't need the quadratic. This is a communist and quadratic formula free home. Actually, the funny thing is my daughter's actually really good at that abstract math, but I can't stand abstract math. Algebra you use every day. You're using it without even knowing you're using it. Extremely useful. But quadratic formula and unreal num what is it? Unreal numbers or no. No, you can leave that shit at home. Well, you know the other thing is if I start doing some World War II gaming, I'm gonna have to bring vodka. We're gonna have to do drink vodka, which is, you know, just rubbing alcohol. Just to get into the, wait for it, spirit of things. That's right, I went there. Over ice, of course. That's the my non-compromising thing. I will always drink things with ice. I'll have to get Russian vodka. It's probably a bad move. Got some here, but it's French. Grey Goose, I believe, is what we have. It's just about the getting into the spirit of it. I rarely drink. rarely drink. I enjoy it, but I never even think of it. Makes me sleepy. So that's kind of a natural reason for me not to do it. Okay, we got about 5 minutes left. What can we knock out in the next 5 minutes? Well, we can knock out his little white covering there. Yeah, we had a really good session this morning. I appreciate you guys. How long has it been? Almost 4 hours. Got some juices flowing, talking about everything from civics to everything in between. Solving all the world's problems, one painting session at a time. Wow, you have good eyes. Nice work. What did I do? It doesn't show up on, I do have good eyes. Well, if I take my contacts out, I hope I don't get a point where I can't paint with them. I don't want to go blind. I don't want to give up. If I have to stop painting figures, I want it to be because my hands are shaking, not because of my vision. I actually find this very relaxing visually. It's not difficult to. There's no eye strain, as I'm keeping everything at the same distance. Not that I want to stop painting, but I'm just saying I hope it's not vision related. And I don't want to say, I always think there's people like, well, I can't paint 15s anymore. I moved to 28s. I'm like, yeah, but they're still painted the same way. I'm just saying that, if I don't paint 28s because I'd have to put more detail into them than I do on the 15s because it's a bigger figure. So now I'm spending like 10 hours on a figure. So I'll be there. I got about 2 minutes left. Oh, well, you can wait 2 minutes. Okay. All right. She wants to play Rock Band. Okay, well, you can wait 2 minutes. You think history is super important. What's that saying? Those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Yes, but most people don't need to know history. So, and they teach it so poorly at school that, I learned all my history on my own. What they taught me in school was just no good, But, anywho, that's it for the moment. We will be back in 1, 2, 3, maybe as little as 3 hours. I'll be back. I plan on kicking ass this weekend with the wife not being around. So hopefully that you guys do as well. Don't tell your wives that you're hanging out with me. So see how that works out for you. Yeah, this flap thing's working out pretty well. Probably what I'll do is when I come back, I'll probably spray these guys down. Now, it is a rainy day. I've never experienced any issues with spraying in the rain with the moisture. I know some of you guys do, and maybe I will do a live painting session. Nah, my garage area is not super clean. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it, but I've never had a problem with the spray and the moisture with it clouding or anything. Maybe you guys are putting too much spray on it. I don't know. I really don't know what it is, but lots of people have that issue. I've lived in Florida in a humid swamp my entire life and never had that problem. So anyhow, to be continued. We'll catch you guys later today. Enjoy another little part of your Saturday, and we'll catch you guys on the flip side. See ya.